Alright, I think I'm live. If I can get some yays or nays on the audio, I'd be very appreciative. I'm not on camera tonight, because I'm just going to end up taking that off anyways. Plus, I'm on a live USB, so I'm not all set up for my normal fare. So, I'm hoping that the audio is working fine. That's good. I do have a fan going on in the background. I apologize for that, but it's not going away because it is hotter than hell here. And if I turned it off, it would be even hotter. So we're just gonna have to put up with that background noise. It shouldn't be as bad as the podcast the other night. I have the other fan off, so I don't have any air blowing into the microphone like I did then, but it was hotter then, so hopefully I can get through this stream without sweating my balls off. So we're gonna install Gentoo today. How old are you? I am old. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Analytic minded, you're gonna be a moderator, bro. You're gonna help me, because I don't think that I'm gonna have Tyler here tonight, unfortunately. Also, Josh is gonna be a moderator. I need some moderators. That way I don't have to deal with that nonsense again. To be appreciative that I don't have to do that. Never use Gentoo. Is it harder than Arch? Yes. In different ways, though. Like, kind of. I don't know. I'm not good at it, so I can't really... I'm not a good judge of it. We're gonna... I'm waiting for... I am in Discord. If anybody's in the Discord and wants to hop in the voice channel, you can. I know Ben's gonna come here and help me, but he said he was on his way home, so it's gonna be a few minutes before he comes to help, which is good. I'm definitely gonna need some help. Well, let's see here. Let's get started here. Now, honestly, I have done this once before, but it's been ages. And tell you honest God truth, I don't remember a single step. So it's going to be just as much of an adventure as it was last time, I'm afraid. But that's okay. We're in it for the duration. The difference between now and then, though, the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm putting Gentoo on my main hard drive. This is going to be my daily driver if I can get it to work right. Hopefully I can, with some help if I have to. So that's what we're gonna do this time. That's what's different. Fans don't lower the temp, they just blow the temp around. That's true, but it's better than having no air moving around at all. Plus, it's cooler outside than it is in here. So, I have it in the window. Alright, so let's go ahead and see what the first step is. So, we're going to zoom in here for a little bit. And then, let's see here, so... Gentoo handbook, which the one we need is the AMD64 version. Installing Gentoo. And then what we're going to be doing is, I believe, we start off here, but I might be wrong. Let's take a good look at disk-oriented aspects of Gentoo, Linux, and Linux in general. That should be fun. Once the incident, you know, this reminds me of the first time that I installed Gentoo, like ages and ages ago. I did it all by myself, and I had no clue what I was doing. The partition tables, although it is theoretically possible to use a raw, unpartitioned disk to house a Linux system when creating a Btrfs RAID, for example, this is almost never done in practice. Instead, disk block devices are split up into smaller, more manageable block devices. On AMD64 system, these are called partitions. There are currently two standard partition technologies in use: MBR, sometimes also called DOS disk label, and GPT. These are tied to two boot processes, legacy BIOS and UEFI. I'm going to be using MBR because I'm not going to be doing UEFI. Let's see here. Master boot record sector, also called DOS boot sector or DOS disk label, was first introduced in 1983. That's good to know. It's helpful. We'll say they wrote this. This is more like a book than the Arch Wiki ever has been, which is kind of cool. Primary partitions have their information stored on the master boot record itself, a very small, usually 512 bytes location at the very beginning of a disk. Use of this small space, only 4 primary partitions are supported, for instance, /devsda1 to /devsda4. In order to support more partitions, one of the primary partitions in the MBR can be marked as an extended partition. Why not UEFI? Because I don't use UEFI on anything, actually. Someday I'll have to, but until that time, they're gonna pry my legacy BIOS out of my cold, dead fingers. So. Advanced storage. The AMD64 storage CDs provide support for logical volume manager, which that's gonna be for encryption. LVM increases the flexibility offered by partitioning setup. It allows to combine partitions and disks into volume groups and define RAID groups. Maybe I was wrong about that. Wonder what it is with all the fucking trolls tonight. Like, seriously. Normally I don't attract that many trolls, but apparently they're out of the woodworks. Maybe it's the summer or full moon or something. I hear Ben. Well, not in the correct place. Oh, you're Josh. I heard somebody then. All right, there's Josh. I need to find pulse mixer. Where's my pulse mixer? You're not coming through mine. All right. All right. Now say something, Josh. Would you? Yeah, that's way better. I always use pulse mixer, bro. All right. Well, if you do it in the terminal, you're more of a nerd. That's rude. You were supposed to help me. Ben, don't worry about it. Ben's gonna come here to help me. It's all right. We don't. Ben was here for a second, and then he left. He's like, I don't want to help this guy. Let's see here. You guys can't hear the call. Excellent. Give me a second. I'll figure that out maybe. Let me play something and see if that desktop off. Something that is not copyright, infringing. Say it again, Josh. Well, properties should be default. Yeah. Properties. All right, say something.
Unless you want to close OBS Studio and reopen it.
Oh, there we go. We got it. Stupid audio.
How to avoid being a victim of crime at a service station. Pick stations that are well lit and have video surveillance at the pump. Let's always remove your keys and lock the doors while you're pumping gas. Keep valuables in your vehicle out of plain view.
Tim, if you have audio in the background, you want to mute that.
Tim, you might want to mute yourself.
Don't let your cell phone distract you. Be aware and be safe.
All right, good people can hear you now. Excellent. Got that working. Excellent. That's great news. All right. Let's see here. Much more hard set. Yeah, sound in Linux can be a pain in the ass, definitely. But I don't think Ubuntu uses pipe wires, so I don't think pipe wires here at all, which is good.
I think pipewire does exist on the system, but I don't think it's the default on Ubuntu. I know it's the default on Ubuntu Mate.
That doesn't surprise me. All right, that's great news. I had like 6 people blocked in the chat already. Okay, back to what I was doing. Default partitioning scheme. If I understand all this stuff. If this suffices as information, the advanced reader can skip directly to the actual partitioning. Okay. Designing a partition scheme, how many partitions and how big. The design of a disk partition layout is highly dependent on the demands of the system. In most situations, Gentoo /user and /var should be kept relatively large in size. I don't... Just root home and boot or something, right? What do I need?
You don't need boot if you're doing BIOS install.
Right.
But the reason why they say that var should be large is when you're compiling packages on Gentoo, as well as installing packages, you're going to leave a copy of everything in the var directory as well. So as a result, on average, a var on my systems is typically like 16, 17 gigs in size.
Okay. So in order to compensate for that, just have a fairly large root partition would be okay. Yeah?
Yeah, you can do a large root partition. I just use Btrfs, and I just tell it to use subvolumes, and then I don't set a size cap on subvolumes. So they're as big as they're going to get.
I would love to use Btrfs, but I'm sure that's probably just going to confuse me more.
I can walk you through it. It's actually not that hard.
Well, when we get there, and I have the option to do so, jump right in. All right, so what about swap space? I don't know. I thought usually everybody's been doing swap to file now, right?
You can do swap to file. I err on the side of not even using swap anymore, or if I do use a swap, it's no bigger than 4 gigs.
All right, when installing Gentoo on a system that uses UEFI, which we're not doing, so we're going to skip that part. What is BIOS boot partition? The BIOS boot partition is only needed when configuring a GPT partition layout with grub 2 or in legacy BIOS mode, which we're not doing because we're going to use MBR. Okay, partitioning the disk with GPT for UEFI. The one we're going to need is down here, right? Partitioning a disk with MBR for BIOS legacy. So first, LSBLK. So that's a lot. Look at all those loop bag devices. Love you, Snap. You're so good. So NVMe 0 and 1 is the one we're going to be doing. So that should be fun to type a few times. Okay. So what I think we need to do now.
Jeez, you have a lot of disks.
Yeah. Well, theoretically, this one here can go away. Hopefully, I just unplugged the right one on not my actual live ISO. That'd be hilarious. I think I would know. Oops. That's a little bit better. One less. Okay, let's see here. So
Well, at least you know which one is the NVMe drive, which is probably the one you're wanting to install on anyway, right?
Yep, this time the one before when we did this, it was the SDB.
Ah.
I got them pretty good on the sizes. Like I can recognize the size. So like this is my video drive. This is the one that I use for other distros. And then
if you call like -F, that'll like break out the UUIDs, disk labels, as well as what mounts they're mounted to. So that might help you recognize them if you ever need to figure
like a
stuff out.
-H or something too that gets rid of the loop bag devices. Is that?
Yeah, I think it's like -H or -L. I can't remember exactly. I just always call it LSBLK -F.
It's obviously not H because H is going to be help. I was dumb, Matt. H is always help. What was the? It doesn't matter. I'm just curious. There we go. Definitely not pretty when you don't have a full screen terminal. Anyways, that's fine. Let's see. So fire up fdisk against the disk. In our example, we're using dev SDA. So we're doing fdisk /dev /and oops. NVMe01. So input error. What does that even mean? Oh, I bet you have to be root to do that, don't you? Oops. Nope. So what's the how do you get into root with
sudo su?
That's better. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so I'm actually going to spell this right. I cannot spell worth a damn night. This is going to be ridiculous. Still input output error. What does that mean? I'm sure I'm doing something stupid. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. It's not NTFS, it's ButterFS.
I wonder if maybe you accidentally did unplug the wrong drive.
Right, but I wouldn't have unplugged my... You mean like I unplugged the ISO?
Yeah, I think you might have unplugged the ISO drive. Possibly.
I know that's not true though, because I know which one I installed it on. It should be SCH.
Just run sync real quick and see if it like pauses on an output.
So like SYNC?
Yeah, SYNC. Just run that command. What that'll do is that'll just cause all the disks to sync. So like if they're in an operation or anything, they'll just finish the operation until like something tells them to do something again.
Input output.
And if that's a successful command, which should be Unix philosophy, no output, try fdisk again.
Yeah, the one that I just plugged,
Okay.
The one that I just plugged back in is Fedora.
User bin sync input output error. Yeah, you might need to reboot.
I'm not doing that. Screw it.
I think you need to reboot.
All right. Nothing's showing up.
I mean, I guess if you really want to do it the hard way, you can attempt to mount the loopback devices again, and then I think you actually need to chroot into the Kubuntu installer, and then you can install Gentoo through the chroot.
Well, I don't understand why the unplugging the USB had nothing to do with it.
It's entirely possible that like the USB controller just reset itself. That does happen every now and then.
The problem is if I reboot, I have to go through and reinstall Discord, reinstall OBS, reinstall the OBS profile, relog into YouTube.
Yep, I know.
I'm not doing that, by the way.
That's why we make persistent USB drives, right?
I tried. I didn't have time to finish it. All right. Okay, so new plan. All right, so if you're watching the stream, give me about 5 minutes. I'm going to come back with a different, thing. Obviously, this is broken. I'm already messed this up. I didn't even start it, and I broke it. Fantastic news. All right, give me a second. All right, I think I'm live again, but I'm not actually sure. But I can't actually see the chat right now, so I don't know. I'm working on that. Okay. Yes, I'm. Oh, look, there's Tyler. How you doing? I'm having a fantastic night. All right. Yeah, I broke it. I broke it before I even started. Didn't even get started before I broke it. It's fantastic. It has to be a world record. It's fantastic. I will say this though: if anything else goes wrong tonight, I'm just done because I don't have the patience for this. Honestly, I should have just canceled, but I'm here. But anyways, so here's the new plan. Screw the fucking ISO because it's obviously old and broken and pissing me off. So this is my Arco install. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to install this onto my other hard drive, my SDB. So LSBLK here. The one that I'm going to be installing it on is this one. This one right now has Kino White on it, but that's okay. I'll install Kino White on a different machine so that I can finish that. So let me get back into the room here. Alright, and here, I'll go away. Share screen one. There we go. All right.
Oh, so we're actually in a live system now.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just gonna work better this way.
Yep. I normally just install over SSH.
I'm just gonna install it onto another hard drive. It'll just be easier that way. That way, it's not not what I wanted to do. Oh, hey, Tyler, how you doing, bud?
Doing good. Just, hanging out with Scott.
What's up, guys? This is you're having
Yo.
fun. All right, now that we're here, and all right, so everybody who's actually watching this is probably like, "This is a train wreck." You're right. It is a train wreck.
Well, I mean, every time you go to install Gentoo, for sure, everyone's like, "Oh, I definitely think this is going to go smooth. It's going to be real smooth."
Like, but Matt figured out how to break the ice, the live environment. It broke. Like how do you even do that?
By the way, James Smith, you got your order of operations wrong. You need to encrypt the drive first, then install ButterFS.
Okay. Let's get started here again. Where were we again? The Gentoo handbook, AMD 64, and then preparing the disks.
Are you using Dark Reader?
I'm in Qt browser.
Oh. Yeah, I was about to say, because I know that like Dark Reader tends to break like the Gentoo wiki.
Does it? Yeah, I don't. I was using it before, but not. This is because I like the dark mode better, because I have a hard time reading this without my glasses on, which I'm too lazy to put on. That is a supreme amount of laziness right there. You can't even reach the 3 inches to your glasses to put the glasses on. Yeah, I know. I can't help it. That's where. Now, if we do that, so it's going to be SDB, which is the one that I want. So, I believe you still have to be sudo to do that, right? Or root.
Yeah, honestly, just sudo su and be root.
If I can spell sudo, yes. Okay, now ls be okay, so I can see that again, and do fdisk/dev sdb. Okay. Yay, we got in there. All right, cool. Now, use the P key to display the disk current information, partition information. P. Okay, so that's what that is right now. So, this particular disk is configured to house 2 Linux file systems, each with a corresponding partition listed as Linux, as well as swap partition listed as Linux swap. That's for you, that's not for me. Apparently, Kino White doesn't have a swap partition. I didn't even know that. Probably is the nature of it doesn't actually need it. I don't know. Anyway, so creating a new disk label, removing all partitions. Type G to create a new GPT label. We're using MBR. I'm in the wrong section. Where was we at? Partitioning the disk. There we go. There we go. Okay. So same first step. So type O to create a new MBR disk label. Okay. There's also named DOS disk label on the disk. This will remove all existing partitions. For existing DOS disk label, see the output of P above. Alternatively, consider removing the existing partitions one by one from the disk. Type D to delete a partition. For instance, to delete an existing partition, SD, like that. I think now if we do P, yeah. Okay, so partition has now been scheduled for deletion. It will no longer show up when printing the list of partitions. but it will not be erased. Repeatedly type P to print out a partition listing, and then type D, the number of partitions to delete. Eventually, the partition table will be empty, which is what I have here. Creating the boot partition. First, create a small partition which can be mounted as /boot. But Josh, you said I didn't have to do this, right?
No, you shouldn't have to make a boot directory if you're just doing BIOS boot.
Should I follow
Real men use UFI, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine.
No. Old men use legacy BIOS. It's legacy, dude. Legacy means best. Like, look it up.
Oh.
It's in the dictionary. These dictionary things, they have words in them, and definitions.
Yeah. So you definitely want like a legacy, like Model T to drive around town, don't you?
I like I said earlier, I will start using UFI when they force me to. I mean, literally when they force me to. I might move back to Windows. No, that's not gonna happen. And there's Ben. Hi, Ben. How you doing?
I'm good.
You're joining the party. I've already broken some things, so that should be fun.
Oh, jeez.
No, that's definitely not doing encryption.
Oh, hell no.
You're going to find a kernel or a gen kernel. That's for sure.
I can.
Not doing encryption. I don't need. I never encrypt anything but a laptop, which is not a laptop. Okay, going back. First, create a small boot. So Ben, what is your opinion on creating a boot partition? Do you think I need to do that if I'm using legacy BIOS?
You don't need that on an MBR install. No.
Okay.
Ben would know that answer best because he actually maintains the distro.
Golly, gosh. But yeah, you don't need a boot space on a, especially on an SSD. Yeah. But yeah, if you were doing a EFI install, then yeah, you need like a small EFI thing. But if you're doing an MBR install, you don't.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to So you skip the boot partition one and create the swap partition next.
The swap. If you're on an SSD and you have enough RAM, you don't need to mess with that.
So, are you doing ButterFS or are you doing ext4?
ext4, dude. Do not make it more complicated.
I would like to do Butterfest because I'm actually going to use this.
Okay, so if you're doing a ButterFS, you only need to make 2 partitions. One for swap and then one for, like, everything else.
Okay, so do the swap one first and then...
Yep.
So, new for new partition. And then P for primary, right?
Yep.
And then partition number would be 1. And then the first sector is, you just leave that blank, yeah?
Yeah, just leave that blank. It'll always default to, like, the earliest available sector.
Yeah, and then
you want to do plus, and then, like, the size of your swap, and then probably G.
I'm going to do, like, 8 gigs.
Yeah, just like that.
Okay. Partition 1 contains an ext4 signature. Do you want to remove the signature? Yes. Okay, so...
And then you want to type T for type.
T for type. And then hex or alias.
You want to set this to swap, so you can type in all, and that'll list off all the options for you, or you can just type in 19 for Linux swap.
Alright, so L is to list all, right?
Yeah, big L.
You said what number
Well,
would?
easier for them to.
Of course.
Yeah, 19 is Linux swap.
Why aren't they in order? I don't have a 19.
Oh, you know what? It might be different for DOS records.
Let's see. Looking for swap here. And it's probably right in front of my face.
And the swap is normally 19.
You're breaking up there, Tyler. I didn't hear you.
A swap is normally 19, but I have no idea. I'm looking at the list and I don't even see swap on there.
Oh.
Yeah, you might just not even need to declare it.
What do you?
Oh no, it's
Yeah.
82. Yeah, it is 82.
It's 80,
Top
82. Oh yeah, I
top
see that.
What
Top
are
of
you
the third
using?
row.
F-disk,
Yeah, 82.
F-disk or G-parted?
He's an F disk on a DOS record.
F
Oh,
disk.
still.
So you type in 82 here, right?
Yep, 82 entered.
Okay. And now
And then the next one, you just type in N and then hit enter a bunch.
Okay, and then this, and this, this, and then we're there again. Now, do we need to do the...
Okay, so you can do P to print out the output, or you can do W to write and quit.
Okay. Make sure that I'm actually doing this on the right disk. Before I do...
Yep. It's too late now.
I checked. I was like, I just want to make sure, because I've already messed this up one time.
Yep.
Okay. Now, so we've done the swap partition, the root, we don't need to do the root partition and the saving the rails. So we're done that. Creating file systems, introduction. Now that the partitions have been created, it's time to place a file system on them. In the next section, the various file systems that the Linux supports are described. I don't really need to read all of that. I don't think Butterfest is the one that we're going to go with.
Was it STB1? Make swap STB1, swap on STB1.
Yeah, that he'll run those two, and then he'll run like mkfs.btrfs/dev/sdb2.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you guys, so do I should probably just follow their directions first because they have these doing the opposite.
Yes. Yes. Just
No.
follow the guide.
No.
Okay, to create a... Say it again, Scott?
Because you're not using a boot partition, so I would just I would go, it's two easy things. Just make swap and make fs butterfs. And you have two partitions, SDB1, SDB2. Just do a make swap, dev SDB1, and then a swap on for that partition, same path. And then just do a make fs mkfs.btrfs, and that's /dev SDB2, and you're all done.
And I mean, that's exactly what it shows to do. It just shows it to do it in the other direction.
Yeah. And the handbook will assume that you're doing a UEFI install.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So make swap /dev/sdb1. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And then swap on /dev/sdb1. Done. Okay, so now let's be okay again. We have that correctly there. Okay. All right. Now we do this mkfs thing, right? But it's
Yeah, you'll
do
mkfs.btrfs.
mkfs.btrfs, and then /dev/sdb2.
Yep.
Okay.
And then it might take a second, and it'll just spit out all that stuff for you. A lot of it's not necessarily going to be like super relevant, but just to explain what's going on when we create the file system, Btrfs is naturally going to pull the disk and figure out everything. You can see that it's already declared the UUID. It figured out the node size, the sector size. It's even gone through and detect that it's already in a solid state disk.
Okay. So the next thing is the...
So the next thing you want to do is you want to mount, which you've already got swap mounted. So you just need to mount the Btrfs, because you need to mount the Btrfs volume. That way you can create the subvolumes, which I assume you want to set up stuff like snapshots.
Yeah. All right. So it's this here, right? So we got to make the directory.
Yeah.
Users of non-Gentoo installation media will need to create the mount by running this thing here, right? So we do make directory mkdir. Oops. Fucking dyslexia. parents /mnt/gentoo. Okay. And now that the partitions have been initialized and are housing a file system, it is time to mount those partitions. Use the mount command, but don't forget to create the necessary mount directories for every partition created. As an example, we mount the root partition, which we didn't. So in this case, it's going to be. Where do we?
Yeah, it'll be SDB2.
Right. So mount /dev SDB2, and then we're slashing mnt/Gentoo.
Yep.
Like that. Okay.
Yep.
Now,
Okay, now to get the subvolumes set up, just cd into that directory.
/mnt Gentoo. Okay.
And then what you're going to do is you're going to call btrfs subvolume create. Separate words.
Like that.
And then there's generally two different approaches that you can take to like the creation of subvolumes and how they're declared. But generally you want to put in an identifier at the very start, so you'll put in like the @ symbol. And then it's generally regarded that the @ symbol is going to be your root directory. And then when you go, you can create as many subvolumes as you want, but I typically will just create a single @ which will act as the root directory, and then I'll create @home.
Okay, so I have btrfs space subvolume space create, and then just.
Yeah, and then you just need to give it a name.
So, and you said @.
Yep.
Like the @ symbol.
Yep.
Okay. And then just do that one.
Just that one.
Okay.
And then you could just hit the up arrow and then just do @home.
Okay.
And that there is the approach for setting up ButterFS subvolumes for timeshift, which I assume you probably want to use. Which I assume you probably looked at timeshift before.
Yeah, I've used it. I think.
Yeah. So
Arco,
at this point,
Arco's been using. What is it? Zipper.
Snapper.
Snapper. That's it. I don't know why I always
Yeah.
call it Zipper. It's the other one. Yeah.
So the big difference between the two of them is that timeshift is more intended for like the desktop user, where Snapper is intended for like more generic deployment, so like your servers, your desktops, whatever they happen to be. So the subvolume layout that I gave you was specific for timeshift. Snapper itself doesn't particularly care how your subvolumes are set up. But if you're going to be setting up ButterFS with Snapper on any distribution, this is how you want to declare your subvolumes, just like that.
Okay. All right, so we can move on to the next stage.
Not quite yet, because now there's some ButterFS shenanigans that we have to do. So you need to back out of the directory and unmount it.
Okay, so just cd back here.
Yep.
In root, and then unmount, right?
Yep.
Or is it umount?
It's umount.
Fucking stupid Linux. Like, seriously, would that N really have killed you? I mean, seriously, the extra 5.5 seconds to type
it's actually a carryover from back with AT&T Unix.
I know, but it's still something I bitch about. We could have fixed that.
Yeah, right. And then you just declared the directory, so mnt Gentoo.
So /
you don't declare
mnt Gentoo, right? Like that?
Yep.
Okay.
And then now, what we need to do now is we need to mount the subvolumes directly. So you're going to call the mount command again, but you're going to pass in an option. So you're going to call mount -o.
Okay.
And then
small
you're
o?
going to put small o.
Okay.
And then you're going to put subvol, subvol.
Okay.
Equals.
Okay.
And then @
Okay.
And what that'll do is that tells the Linux kernel what ButterFS subvolume you want to mount. And then after that, then you can declare your device and then your directory for root.
So /dev SDB 1 2 2
2
2, and then /mnt Gentoo.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
And then you'll need to create a home too. So mkdir mnt Gentoo home.
Okay. So mkdir /mnt Gentoo.
Yep.
/home. Okay. Okay.
And then you can go back up to the mount command, and then
do not mkdir home, because when you do the tarball, it's already going to unpack every single directory structure.
It doesn't matter because home's an empty directory.
It'll just overwrite it.
You're going to create an empty directory where you need to unmount it.
It'll still.
It's fine.
I've done
It's
that.
fine.
Okay.
It's fine. I promise you.
Ben's up there watching, like, what the hell's going on?
This is how I've done it for years.
All right. Well, it's created, so we're gonna live on the edge. All right. It's done. All right.
So yeah, then you just change the subvolume to at home, and then you just mount home.
Okay.
So MNT Gentoo home.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay. Nah.
There's like fancier options you call for ButterFS 2, but you can set those options for later at basically any time.
Okay. Now I can move on to stage 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I haven't broke my Arco system yet. That's good. All right. Let's see. Moving on to the next one. Installing a stage title. First, setting the date and time. Before installing Gentoo, it is a good idea to be sure that the date and time are set correctly. A misconfigured clock may lead to strange issues with installation. Base system files should be extracted with accurate timestamps. In fact, due to Gentoo's web-based services using security certificates, it might not be possible to download the installation files if the system clock is too far skewed. An accurate clock is a requirement for the proceeding with installation. Verify the current date and time by using the date command. I'm pretty sure it's going to be fine. Right? I mean, that's...
Generally, rather than manually calling the date command, you can just read the automatic section, and then they just tell you the automated way of doing it.
Okay, so most readers will desire to have their system update the time automatically using a time server. Official Gentoo live environments include ntpd command, but we're not in a live environment for Gentoo.
It'll still... You know what? In that case, then you don't even need to worry about it, because archsinner uses systemd timesyncd by default, so you shouldn't have to worry about setting the network time at all.
Okay. So we can just skip to the next part.
Yep.
All right. Choosing a stage tarball, which I've already downloaded this, but I probably won't be able to use it, right?
I mean, if you can get it moved into the root directory, it'll be fine.
Okay. It is actually on this system, because I downloaded it for some reason. All right, choosing a base tarball, no multi-lib, that's not... We're using... the one that I downloaded was... where is it? Open up another one. CD... Downloads, ISOs. The one that I downloaded was stage 3 AMD64 desktop OpenRC.
Yeah, so what you do is you just sudo cp that to the MNT Gentoo directory.
Okay, so stage 3 into /mount Gentoo. Just Gentoo? Not...
Yep.
Okay. 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 Now... Oh. Systemd downloading the stage tarball, which we've already done this.
Yep.
So we can...
So then you just need to unpack it.
Unpacking this tarball. So if we're gonna need to be...
You don't have to like manually select it, just click it and it just highlights the entire thing.
Okay, and then but we need to be in that directory, right?
Yeah.
So cd/mnt Gentoo, which I can't spell because I'm a dumbass. All right, and then paste that and then hit enter. Okay. All right. Also, if you're watching the live stream, I apologize if I'm ignoring the chat. I'm doing stuff. So I do apologize if I've missed anything there in the chat, which is important. Just know that I appreciate you watching. It's definitely, other than that one snafu there at the beginning, it went better and faster than it did last time.
Mm-hmm.
So, winning there. Not, at least, I'm gonna knock on some wood there just in case, because we're not done yet. All right. So they're configuring compile options. Is that what we got to do next? Right.
Yeah.
To optimize the system, it is possible to set variables which impact the behavior of Portage, Gentoo's officially supported package manager. This is where we're going to set the cores and stuff, right?
Yeah.
All right, see, I'm doing stuff. All right, so the thing we're going to need to do is nano. Oh, nano. It's okay, we can use nano. From make.config.example file, it is obvious how the file should be structured. Comment lines start with other lines variables using the variable equals value syntax. Several of those variables are discussed in the next section. Okay, so we're not actually in the example one. Okay, so the C flags and CXX flags variables define the optimization flags for GCC, C, and C++ compilers respectively. Although those are defined generally here for maximum performance, one would need to optimize these flags for each program separately. The reason for this is because every program is different. However, this is not manageable, hence the definition of these flags in make.conf file. In make.conf, one should define the optimization flags that will make the system the most responsive generally. Don't place experimental settings in this variable. Too much optimization can make programs misbehave, like naughty school children. We will not explain all possible optimization options. To understand them all, read the GNU online manuals. I'm sure that's a fun time. Or this GCC info page. Info GCC only works on working Linux systems. The make.conf.example file itself also contains lots of examples and information. Don't forget to read it too. As a setting, at a first setting is the dash march and dash or m-m tune flag, which specifies the name of the target architecture. So possible options are described in the make.config.example file. A commonly used value is native, as that tells the computer to select the target architecture of the current system. A second one is -O flag, that is a capital O for not 0, which specifies the GCC optimization class flag. Possible classes are S for size optimized, 0 for 0 optimizations, 1, 2, or even 3 for more speed optimization flags. Every class has its same flags as the one before, plus some extras. -O2 is the recommended default. -O3 is known to cause problems when used system-wide, so we recommend to stick with that -O2. Another popular optimization flag is -pipe. Uses pipes rather than temporary files for communication between the various stages of compilation. It has no impact on the generalized code, but uses more memory. On systems with low memory, GCC might get killed. In that case, do not use this flag. Using the moment phrase pointer, I don't know what that means, which doesn't keep the frame pointer in the registered functions that don't need one, might have serious repercussions on the debugging of applications. When the CF flags and CXX flags variables are defined, combined with several optimization flags in one string, are defined to combine. Okay, the default values contained in the stage 3 archive that is unpacked should be good enough. The following is just one example.
Yeah, the example that they set there, where you see where it's setting in the common flags, march equals native. Generally, it's a good idea to set that one.
So we don't actually. Oops! Damn it! I'm not in Vim. Every time.
Yeah.
So you just keep the same thing that they already have. Your common _ flags equals -0, but we add.
Yeah, you just keep everything in there. You just add march equals native. -march equals native.
-march equals native.
And that's it.
All right. Make ops. Okay. The make ops variable defines how many parallel compilations should occur when installing a package. A good choice is the smaller of the number of threads the CPU has, or the total system RAM divided by 2 GB. Using a large number of jobs can significantly impact memory consumption. Okay, so I'm gonna have to pay attention to this because I do have other stuff running here, right? So we do it down here, right here, right? We do make opts equals, and then -J, and then what's the number here I think you should use?
How many threads does your processor support?
I'm thinking 16. Yeah.
Just pull up like a quick HTOP report just to confirm that. So generally, what the general rule of thumb here is that ideally you just set everything and just get the shit done and over with. But obviously, because we're streaming right now, you probably don't want to be doing that.
Right.
So I would say probably, since you got Plenty of memory available. You can go as high as J10, but I would probably caution like J8 just to keep it a little bit on the conservative side.
Okay. And then there's one for memory here too, right?
Yep, -L.
And
-L stands for load, and then generally that's going to be double what your J value is, so you'll just call L16.
okay, can you do? I mean, I have 64 gigs. Can I get more than that?
You can give it as much as you want, but ideally you just want to limit it.
Okay. All right. And make sure I closed everything there, which I did.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we're done with this file here for now?
Yep, pretty much done.
Okay, Control X. Fuck it, I hate you, Nano.
Yeah,
Yes.
Control X, Y, enter.
Okay. Never used Nano. All right, moving on to the next one. They even tell Nano users would hit Control X. Thank you for that. Use
I
Vim.
use Nano.
You use Nano, Vim, Ben? Friendship over.
Yes.
Sorry. You can
I
use.
also use Vim sometimes.
Yeah, this mirror select command right here, you honestly don't need to run at all.
Okay.
Because where you physically live is, it'll just detect to a mirror that's actually not too far anyway. So you just don't need to worry.
Okay.
But you do need to copy over the Gentoo ebuild repository.
Okay, so this here.
Yep.
Okay. And then next, copy the Gentoo repository configuration file provided by Portage, the newly created repos.conf. So we need to do this here too, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Basically, what this is setting the target repository. So like for like everybody that's been through like archlinux and has uncommented the multi-lib repository, that's basically what this is.
So this is basically pacman.conf.
Yep.
Okay.
Except that Gentoo's pacman.conf is in all of these different files in the repos.conf directory.
Okay. All right. There we go. So to peek at the text editor, we don't actually need to look at it, right?
No, you don't need to look at it. Generally, like, it might not be a bad idea just to see, like, if things are set the way that they're supposed to be. But if you don't know what you're looking at, just hope and pray that the Gentoo installation is good enough. But it should look basically just like what they have there.
So we'll look at it. Why not? So, wait a minute. Technically, I can use my installation of Vim here, right?
Yeah.
Why the hell would I use Nano? Fuck
Because
that.
they told you to.
Don't want to follow directions. Okay, so that's what that looks like.
Yeah, looks right.
All right. Cool. Way easier than using Nano. That's so good. All right, let's move on to the next thing. So the next thing is copy DNS info. One thing still remains to be done before entering a new environment, and that is copying over the DNS information in /etc resolve.conf. This needs to be done to ensure that the networking still works even after entering the new environment. /etc resolve.conf contains the name servers for the network. To copy this information, it is recommended to pass the /deference option to the cp command. This ensures that the /etc.conf resolve.conf is a symbolic link, that the link's target file is copied instead of the symbolic link itself. Okay, that makes sense. Otherwise, in the new environment, the symbolic link would point to a non-existing file, as the link's target is most likely not available inside the new environment. So this needs to be done, right?
Yeah, that does need to be done because that's all your DNS entries.
Okay.
So if you don't run that and then you chroot into the system, then you won't have a DNS.
Yeah, right. Okay. All right. Mounting the necessary file systems. This is for.
And this is why we never use the CLI image to install Gentoo the hard way.
Okay. In a few moments, the Linux root will be changed towards the new location. To make sure that the new environment works properly, certain file systems need to be made available there as well. The file systems that need to be made available are proc, sys, dev, and run. The proc location will be mounted on /mnt/gentoo proc, whereas the others are bind mounted. What does bind mounted mean?
I honestly don't know. I just copy paste all those commands and just put it in and call it good.
Okay. here we go. All right, and then this one. And then this one. And then this one. Yep. And then this one. And then this one. And then this one. Okay. All right. When using a non-Gentoo installation media, this might not be specific. Some distributions make /dev/shm a symbolic link to run /run shm, which after the chroot becomes invalid. Making /dev/shm a proper tmpfs.mount up front can fix this. Do I need to do this part here?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. I remember doing that. Okay, and then
it might spit some errors at you, but it's fine.
Okay, nothing there yet. Also, make sure that so that's just changing the missions. Okay. chmod can't.
Yep, that's fine.
That's fine. Okay.
Yep, that's fine.
All right. Entering a new environment. So now that all partitions are initialized and the base system is installed, it is time to enter the new installation environment by shrooting. Oh, the words that we make up.
We're just changing root.
Yeah. This means that the session will change its root, most top-level location that can be accessed from the current installation environment, installation CD or other installation medium, to the installation system, namely the initialized partitions. Hence the change root or chroot. Okay. This shrooting can be done in 3 steps. The root location is changed from / on the installation medium to /mount /Gentoo on the partitions using chroot. Some settings, those in /etc profile, are reloaded in memory using the source command, and the primary prompt is changed to help us remember that this session is inside a chroot environment. So do this like so, and this here like so, and then this one here like so. Okay, good. Now, from this point, all actions performed are immediately on the new Gentoo Linux environment. Of course, it is far from finished, which is why the installation still has some sections left. Thank you. You know, they're kind of a little snarky. Just a little snarky, like you ain't done. You ain't done yet, bitches.
Technically speaking, you are running Gentoo right now.
All right, cool. All right, so now that the new environment has been entered, it is necessary to mount the boot partition. This will be important when it's time to compile the kernel and install the bootloader. So this is different because I don't have a boot partition.
Yeah, like I said, it just assumes you're doing UEFI.
Okay, so do I just skip this part then?
Yep, skip it.
Okay. Configuring Portage. Alright, so next step is to install a snapshot of the Gentoo eBuild repository. This snapshot contains a collection of files that informs Portage about available software titles for installation, which profiles the system administrator can select package or profile specific news item, etc. To use emerge-WebRSync, the use of emerge-WebRSync is recommended for those who are behind restrictive firewalls. It uses HTTP blah 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 and uses network bandwidth. Readers who have no network or bandwidth restrictions can happily skip down below the next section. So do I need to do this part here? The merge WebRSync thing?
I always run that.
Okay.
Basically, Matt, yes.
Basically, you're just grabbing like an updated tarball of what you already have on the system.
Okay.
And it'll also set up the build repository. That way, you install stuff.
Okay.
By the way, Matt, I know this is going to sound a little nuts, but I'm going to start using Vim just to make you feel a little bit better about what I just said.
I am so grateful for that, Ben. You should just be happy that I'm not an Emacs guy.
Okay. So,
Oh, good God.
I highly recommend at this point you read the news.
That I read the news. Okay, so
Yep.
eSelect news read, right?
Yep, and none of it's going to be important for you right now.
None of it is? Then why am I reading it?
That way you can get rid of that warning.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Okay. So that's all we need to do, right?
Yep, and then generally at this point, like whenever you install packages and you see that prompt there to read the news, then you can actually kind of start. That's when you start caring.
Okay, but the news is basically the front page of archlinux telling you when something goes wrong,
it's
right?
the front page of archlinux, except that it's served to you over an RSS feed.
Okay. All right, so this next one we're going to need to do this, right? Okay, so it is possible. It says optional is what I'm asking.
Yep, it's optional. It just depends if you want to install the latest version of Gentoo or not. Do you want to install the current latest version of Gentoo, or do you want to install the version of Gentoo from 12 hours ago?
I mean, is it a trick question?
I mean, it's a pretty obvious question if you ask me.
Okay, I'm going to just run these. Why not? All right. Let me see what I'm missing in chat. I'm sure I've missed quite a few things.
People trying to figure out how to quit Vim.
There's-
The real question is, after you've been using Vim for about 2 years, then how do you exit out of Emacs?
Nobody knows how to exit out of Emacs because nobody uses Emacs. So the best thing for Vim, if you're trying to exit it, is that everyone has their own special way to exit Vim. Okay, so their own, not special way, but favorite way. So a lot of people, like if you're brand new, :WQ is the absolute way you're going to do it. Everyone does that. That's the first way you're going to learn how to do it. After that, there's 7 other ways that you can exit Vim. And you'll learn eventually, if you use Vim long enough, to choose a favorite. Mine is ZZ and ZQ, so those are my favorites. Anyways, now on to back to Gentoo weekly instead of Vim weekly. All right. So the next one is on slow terminals like some frame buffers, it is recommended to use the dash quiet. So we just did that, right? We don't need to do that again, right?
We did that.
All right. Reading news items, which we already did, right? Get rid of that. Choosing the right profile. So this is something we need to do, right? So
You just need to confirm that it's set right, because sometimes they set it wrong.
Okay. Profile list.
Yep, and then on the right side of the output there, you'll see like that little blue asterisk.
Yep.
That's set up for the profile that you want. Ideally, if you're going to be setting up a GNOME or Plasma, you want to declare this now. But you're probably just going to be like sticking to Window Manager, so the desktop profile is perfectly fine.
So this one works, but if I wanted to install Plasma at a later date, should I choose one of the other ones?
You'll want to change the profile and cry as you're resolving emerge errors.
So I should never install Plasma, is what you're saying.
Ideally, it's probably going to be an easier time just to reinstall Gentoo if you're going to install Plasma.
Okay, so not installing Plasma. So we'd have to redo all the stuff we just. Where along the line?
You would start at this point here, and then you would go further if you want, and then you would set Plasma here, and then you would go.
Right.
What I'm saying is that it's generally not a good idea to migrate between profiles later.
Okay, but if we wanted to choose Plasma now, I could do that.
Choose Plasma now, yes.
Okay, I wouldn't have to choose. I don't actually have to. If I decide to. Here's the question: if I install if I choose the Plasma profile here, I can still install i3 as well, right?
Yes. However, whenever you go to update the world set, it's going to try to pull in Plasma too.
Okay.
Because the profile demands Plasma.
I mean, because usually I have Plasma and my window managers on it. Okay, so here's a better question: what if I choose something like Mate or XFC or something?
The desktop profile is perfect for that.
All right, then I'll just fix it. We'll just not use Plasma at all, and I'll use XFC. That's fine.
I can help you with XFCE, Matt. That's no problem.
Okay. XFCE is a fine desktop environment. Lately, I've been using Plasma. And I don't use it. I just every once in a while, I have a, like, I want to try something different.
It's nice to use like a normie computer every now and then.
Like all those floating windows. It's like this is what computing used to be like. All right. So do we actually have to select that or just?
It's already set, so you don't need to worry because that's what the blue asterisk shows. Is that the blue asterisk is set to desktop profile stable.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're good.
All right, and then in order to select a pure 64-bit environment with no 32-bit, I'm gonna want Steam. So I need.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about that.
Keep the multi-lib. Yeah.
So just skip this part here. Okay.
Yep, you're done.
Updating
And
the
then
worlds.
This is the important part. You do need to run this.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let me go back here and see what the chat's saying. The poll is decidedly in the no. We're never going to use plasma or have never used plasma or not plasma.
Gentoo?
Gentoo. Yeah.
Okay.
54%.
So, to explain like the output here, because it's only kind of sort of important, but it's one of those things where it's just like, why is this package being pulled in here? But you can see wherever if you look on the left side, you can see that we're pulling it in as an E build. So this is going to get compiled from source, and then you'll see where it's got like the blue U. That means that's updating the package. R means that's recompiling, and then you'll see off to the right side where it's declaring the use flags. Everything that's in red is going to be a new use flag being set, which is why it's being recompiled.
Okay.
And then you'll get N on the left side for like new packages, and then I'm not 100% certain what S stands for right now, but I know that does typically show up sometimes too.
Okay. So
I think normally it's just setting a symlink.
So just hit yes here, right? Y for yes?
Yes.
Okay.
And welcome to the reason why very few people run Gentoo, or the compiler porn.
That's fine. Hi there, little missy. There's no camera so that you can't see the dog. That's okay. I think while I'm waiting for this to do, I'm gonna go get some water. I will be back.
I mean, that's the best way to do anything on Gentoo. You tell Emerge to do something, and then you go away. And that's what makes Emerge the world's fastest package manager, because you actually get things outside of your computer done.
I'm gonna go find some grass, and like that person told me to do earlier.
Oh, yeah, that is my keyboard. So the main reason why you want to be running Gentoo, and like I just touched on this in like the chat, but the biggest thing about Gentoo is that some people install it because Gentoo does actually have some performance benefits to like a system that's when you're not compiling things, but those are marginal compared to the sheer control that you have over your operating system as well. So stuff like Firefox, for an example, you can enable widevine support, which allows you to watch stuff like Netflix or YouTube live streams. The switches sound scratchy because it's a brand new keyboard, and I haven't done anything with to like clean it up yet because I just haven't cared. All right, I've got another mechanical keyboard right here. It sounds a little bit nicer. Would you believe me if I told you that those are blue switches?
Linear switches are the best.
I'm a bigger fan of tactile switches.
I type faster with tactile switches, but I don't type as accurately for some reason. It's really stupid.
Yeah. I just find the feel a lot more appealing. No, I have not lubed the switches. Glad though, I've been delving a lot into like Excel lately, so I bought this fancy new Logitech mechanical keyboard just so I can have a numpad.
Yep. I don't need a numpad ever. 75% is about where has been my sweet spot for the last 3-4 years. I have a KBD Fan 75 all custom. It's it's really nice. I just got some new key switches and some new taps too. I'm pretty happy with.
Well, prior to like my newfound obsession with learning Microsoft Excel for the sake of job, prior to that I was using this 60% keyboard that I built for like $300 like 6 years ago. And you know, it's still like the best keyboard I've ever typed on.
I have a feeling now that, see, I have a non-custom board at my standing desk, and every time I go over there, I'm like, man, I need to get a custom board for that, because the Vortex Race 3, I think that's what that is. It has blue switches, and I just don't care for them all that much. And it has a non-standard layout, so you can't get different caps, which is a pain in the ass. So you have to deal with the regular stock caps.
That's rough.
But I spent so much money on this board, I don't really I don't know if I want to spend money on another custom board or not. I probably will end up doing it eventually, but
Trilu, you don't have to worry about parallel compilation because it does it by default. So you don't actually need to manually set it like I do.
I'm looking at those CPU temperatures.
Oh, that actually gives temperature output? I'm looking for it. Oh, I see it. I didn't know that BTOP did that.
Yeah, they have BPyTop did BTOP plus plus, I think was the other one. I don't know. Yeah, it does.
Unfortunately, BTOP is not in the open Mandriva repositories.
That's a shame.
That is a shame.
I don't.
They have HTOP, but they don't have IFTOP either. That's also a shame.
You should just be able to sudo make install it though, right? All right.
Probably.
No, somebody just joined. They need.
Oh wow! Neutron, like your microphone is blown up.
You need to lower the levels or something, bro.
Like drop them or yeah. Should be able to sudo make install. It's just C++.
Open Mandriva doesn't have C++.
Oh, it does. It's KDE. There's a lot of C++. I'll tell you what we'll do is we'll just go ahead and give this a git clone, and we'll see if we can compile.
I don't know what the dependencies even look like on this, to be honest with you. It shouldn't be anything more than just requisites. It just has terminal prerequisites, so as long as your terminal supports 256 color and shit.
I mean, it's compiling right now. Oh. Missing LP thread. Error LD returned 1 exit status. Make error 1.
I guess I should also say hi.
Hello.
So hi.
How you
I
doing?
I just decided to see the stream with 0 latency. So I've been lurking here.
That's too easy.
Hmm. 40 of 42, so we're getting there. Someone said that there should be a progress bar for emerge. There is. It's just it's not persistent.
The problem is that then you're asking for a progress bar for like your compiler, because all emerge is just an instruction set that it gives to GCC or whatever relevant compiler it is for your language.
You don't.
So
I don't think that's really what they were talking about. They just wanted to know how far along you were. But like I said, it shows up. It says you're on number blank of blank. So it's there. It just scrolls up really fast. So you have to kind of see it.
yeah, it sounds like your computer's compiling things a little bit too quickly for you to understand what it's telling you. But there is a way to emerge to hide the compiler porn, but you would have to set it to preserve the libraries as well as keep the binaries on the system.
Half the reason why you do this is so you can see it.
Yeah.
It shouldn't take longer than like 30 minutes or 20 minutes.
That's what they tell you, but you know, I have ran an update on a system before. Went out, mowed my yard, came back, cooked myself some breakfast, had like a family gathering of sorts, and then came back and I was still compiling Chromium.
I don't know if it was the first time, but the first time archsinner streamed his Gentoo install, he did it for 4 days.
I mean, I guarantee you, you're going to spend like 3 weeks of just doing nothing but nonstop tinkering on Gentoo.
It should be fun. I just need to get it working. Well, now that I still have my Arco install, if I need to come back and do something, I can. What were you going to say?
I almost did a Gentoo installation once. I tried it in a VM. I think I gave it 2 threads and 4 gigs of RAM. I can't remember if it was 40 minutes or 2 hours to compile. I didn't select any graphical desktop, so it might have been 40 something minutes. But then when I got in the handbook to the emerge, the compile flags, I just realized that I don't really care about compile flags, so I don't really want to have a system where I have to build stuff from source. So I just decided not to do Gentoo.
Well, like, that's fine.
See, my thing is, most of the stuff that I install is compiled anyways because I pull it from the AUR, so it's not going to be much of a difference in terms of time for me, even though I have been using the chaotic AUR more, but
yeah, me too.
The time there is not going to be much. My biggest problem is last time I used Gentoo, I couldn't get rid of the screen tearing. If I can't get rid of the screen tearing this time, then Gentoo is probably just dead for me. But I'm hoping that it can get fixed.
Do you have an NVIDIA card?
No.
It's an AMD card. Does your monitor support FreeSync?
I don't know. They're old monitors, probably not.
I'm
Yeah,
using
that's probably why.
But see,
Because I don't have any issues with screen tearing.
normally, I'm able to do that Xorg thing where you create the xorg.conf.d thing, whatever. Normally, that's the way I get it fixed, and it works fine. Like, it works fine on Arco, worked fine on Ubuntu, whatever. Did the same.
Isn't it something specific to? Isn't it something you should be able to do with PyCom config?
Well, you can run vsync with PyCom. The PyCom config, yes. I tried both of those things, and it still wouldn't work. It still was getting screen tearing. So hopefully that won't be a problem this time.
Well, that's done.
You should really try Sway. Although, yeah, OBS is not going to work on that.
No, OBS works its way. It's just that the solution right now that they're using is a little bit on the hacky side.
Could you enlighten me? Because I would really like to be able to use OBS in Sway.
Yeah, there's a package you have to install. It's like you. Let me look it up here. I'm assuming archlinux, right?
Void.
Void. Okay. OBS.
But I do have an Arch installed, so I could experiment there as well. But I would like, so I'm on my laptop. On my desktop, I have an NVIDIA card, so I just use XFCE. On my laptop, I really like Sway, but I also like Void, so I just do Void with Sway.
Okay, so there's. I'm still looking for it, but I know that there's a package you can install, and basically what that does is that enables the XL root OBS to capture WL roots.
All right. So
I assume that this is something that the OBS developers themselves should or would have to implement.
It's something that the Sway developers had to implement, actually.
But if it works on Sway, it should work on any other WL roots compositor, right?
Yes.
So don't you mean the WL roots developers?
Well, that's Sway.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Use flags.
yes.
Yes. So we don't have Vim right now, but you can emerge Vim if you want.
Yes. So emerge. What are the flags you usually use here? Right.
So the way that emerge works for those that are, I'm just gonna call you the uninitiated for Portage, is you need to specify the directory that you're looking for, which for Vim you're looking in app-editors.
So.
So you want to emerge app-editors/Vim.
I don't understand the first word you're saying. AP.
Yeah, APP.
Oh, app editors. Oh, when you kept saying that, I was like, apt. I was like, when did we start installing Ubuntu?
I mean, we can install apt. It's app-editors.
Dash editors, okay. Okay.
And then /Vim.
All right. And then just enter.
Yep.
Okay.
And then because we didn't tell emerge to ask us, it's just going to go straight into installing it.
Okay.
So wait, has it already finished compiling the system, including XFCE?
No.
We don't have XFCE yet. But you can, for the majority of packages, you can just emerge Vim, but general best practice to make sure that you're emerging the correct thing is to call the package category as well.
Okay, well, we're getting the most important application installed right now. That's good.
Yeah, that's the text editor we prefer to use.
None needs more love and more credit than it gets.
In the meantime, if you're using a Gentoo live environment, you don't have Vim, but you do have Emacs.
These people have their priorities entirely wrong.
Wait, but the Gentoo live ISOs are headless, aren't they?
Yeah, it's just with Emacs.
But can you run Emacs in the TTY,
Yes.
or does it start Emacs as if like there's the
No, Emacs was initially built to run out of a terminal, so
In the terminal,
so you
yep.
can still use the terminal interface.
Yeah. Nowadays, you're not supposed to run it in the terminal because it has more features in the GUI, but whatever. You can. I think Emacs. What is it? Emacs-NW. Is that what it is?
Yeah, Emacs-NW, I think.
Yeah. See, there you go. Emacs in the terminal, right there. Doom Emacs, but still same thing. All right. So we've done that. We're in Vim. So now we need to do the use flags thing, right?
Yep.
So do we need to do this first one?
No, because that's just gonna tell you all the use flags that's enabled on the system
Currently
now.
have, right?
Yeah,
Alright.
you already have all that stuff.
All right.
So what you want to do is you want to open Etsy Portage make.conf.
Okay, so vim /etsy portage make.conf. Right, so. Okay.
Yep. And then in a new line somewhere, you're just gonna you just type in all capital letters use.
It doesn't matter where, right?
Doesn't really matter where.
Okay. And then equals.
Equals, and then in quotes. We're not doing systemd, so you want to call minus systemd.
Okay.
And then you want to have e-login-d.
So e-log like this?
Yep.
Okay.
And then you also want dbus.
Okay.
And then if you're wanting to install with Pulse Audio, you want to call that here too.
So it's just Pulse Audio or just Pulse?
Pulse Audio.
Like so. And then I can do minus pipeware, right?
Yeah.
That right there is the best thing about Gentoo.
Yeah, this is what I said. This is the reason why people use Gentoo, is for the control over their system. So you can also declare X for Xorg, so just big capital X.
Okay.
And then if you don't want Wayland, you can call minus Wayland.
And I can always change that if I decide to use a Wayland-based thing,
Yep.
right? Okay.
If you change anything in this file, all you have to do is just reemerge the world set, just like you would when you're updating the system.
Okay. All right. So
that's all we need to set right now.
So I can write and quit out of this.
Yep.
Okay. And then the next thing is we don't have to do we have to accept license.
Yeah, licenses. I forgot licenses. So yeah, we need to be back into make.conf.
Oh, okay. So go back up here.
Yep. By default, Gentoo aims to be an FSF approved distro. So if you want to install all your proprietary applications, like OBS Studio and like a video editor, you need to declare the accept license variable. And then you just want to accept an asterisk for everything.
So you do on any line, right? So accept.
Yep, accept _ license.
Equals.
And then equals, and then in quotes, an asterisk.
So just like so. Like this, right?
Yep, just like that.
Okay. I spelled that right. ACCEPT.
It's highlighted with the syntax, so yes, it is right.
Okay, good.
If it's wrong, it'll be red.
Okay, good. With the way I type shit, you always got to make sure. Now I'm done with this, right? Or do I need to? Okay.
You're good.
All right. We're not using systemd time zone. Okay, so.
I thought you were going to use systemd.
No. I made that mistake one time before.
It's already too late for systemd. I mean, it's still possible to migrate, but it's so much easier just to restart.
I understand that most stuff in Gentoo and in Gentoo wiki is with OpenRC in mind.
Yep.
Well, of course, because they develop OpenRC. So what do you expect them to push?
Oh, I also didn't know that. So I keep learning interesting stuff. Matt, you also said you were interested in trying Sway, right?
If I end up trying Sway, I'll do it on something else other than Gentoo.
He'll need to re-edit make.conf to enable Wayland to install Sway.
So maybe that I just mentioned it because maybe that would be one way to get rid of screen tearing.
Well, I'm sure it would be, but then I have other problems like not being able to record videos. So,
Yes, but just what was the name of the package that lets you record WR?
All right, I forgot I was looking for that.
I know there is a package, but I still had problems with pipe wire and stuff like that. It's just, it doesn't like me. It's probably about time to try it again, but all right. So
No, I'm just, I just like seeing this way covered in videos, because any exposure Wayland gets is good.
we write the time zone name info in the /etc time zone file, so I can do that. Okay, and then we don't need to do the system thing. So configure location, locales.
Detroit. Okay, I'm done helping you.
It's just the time zone that I'm in.
It's Detroit.
They don't have
we
a
don't-
time zone for my little town.
I don't care. It's that state up north of me. I don't give two fucks about it.
It's
I'm joking.
all right. There's many things wrong with Detroit. I understand, but I'm not from Detroit.
For everybody, for clarity, for those that are also the uninitiated, I'm in Ohio.
Ohio, I hate Ohio State.
What states is this Detroit in?
Michigan. The Mitten State.
Okay, I'm from the faraway magical land of Europe, so I know that there's I went out of my way to learn where each state is, because people like to say that Americans don't know where European countries are, but then I realized that I have no idea where the states are, but I have no idea about the cities and the state capitals.
The fact that you learned more where all the states are is more impressive than what most Americans probably tell you.
I think if you gave me a blank map with the state outlines, I'm not sure, but I think I could label like 45 out of 50, maybe more.
Okay, so what does the -W flag mean in Nano? I don't even.
Honestly, I don't know, but you know, you do get man pages, so we can read it.
So can I just use Vim to edit that Etsy locale-gen thing?
Yeah. I think what the W command, well, you know what? Let me just double check myself here. Let me just read the man page from Nano.
Ben's saying something. What do you say, Ben?
It wraps the file.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it formats the text a certain way.
Okay, so I can just go in here, and then I'm just uncommenting the thing that I need, right?
Yeah, which is UTF-8. You only need UTF-8.
Okay.
I assume you want to speak American at least.
Yep.
Yeah.
My Spanish is the only other one that I could possibly use would be Spanish, but it's really freaking rusty. Really rusty.
I can speak very little Italian, which I learned in school, which is like almost Spanish.
Yeah, it's almost Spanish. I'm sure the people from Italy are like, what now? Like new. They're like saying, oh well, French is also a romantic language, so that's almost Spanish too, and Latin and
a bunch of others.
Can I rant a bit about French? You know what grinds my gears about French? So when they have a noun and they turn it into plural, the spelling changes, they put the letter S at the end, which is what English does, but the pronunciation doesn't change, and it's really confusing. I can make this with silent letters, but when you add letters to a word but the pronunciation doesn't change, it's weird. Sorry, I think I killed the mood.
That's fine.
You're all good.
Nah, he got a private message at like the same time.
And I can't multitask, so
Yeah, let's not do that.
So they put an S at the end, just like we would do for English, but they don't change the pronunciation.
Yes, for example, okay, so for example, you want to say the pirate in French. I think that's la pirate, but if the plural is la pirate. I think it's la and le, so it's a bit different, but the word itself doesn't change the pronunciation. It's just weird for me.
all right. Once done, it is now time to set the system-wide locale settings. Again, we use the eSelect for this. Now with the locale module, so eSelect locale list. eSelect. Why am I typing this? There we go. And then with eSelect, the available targets are deployed. So the one we
You
want.
want number 4 in this case, Matt.
Okay, so select this.
Change that number 9 to a 4.
4. Okay. There we go. And then manually, this can be accomplished through, so we don't need to do that.
You don't need that.
Setting the locale to avoid warnings and errors during kernel and software compilations later in installation. Now reload the environment. So we need to do this, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And it'll still work, but it'll tell you that it doesn't know what language you're speaking to it.
Okay. And then we can move on to configuring the kernel.
Yep.
Yay, fun part.
Okay, so we need the. Do we need the Linux firmware or microcode or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Ideally, you want the firmware.
Okay.
Otherwise, then you won't be able to do any hardware acceleration with an AMD GPU.
Okay, so this. All right, and then yes to merge these packets, right?
Yep.
Okay. Cool. I'm astonished at how much of this stuff I remember and understand from the last time. I thought it took me a while to get going because I had no clue where to start. But once I got started, I'm doing okay. Probably the only part that I would have struggled on was the Butterfest stuff, because that's not actually in the.
It's not in the handbook, but it's in the Butterfs documentation. So, like, if you read the Butterfs page on the Gentoo wiki, it is there.
Okay.
It's just that it's a bit of a confusing mess if you don't know what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Especially when they get talking about the mount options.
So they list Butterfs first. Granted, it's because it's alphabetical. That makes you
alphabetical.
That makes you think that they want you to use Butterfs, so they probably should include those instructions.
Well, to be fair, they do recommend some form of snapshotting to begin with anyway. So, like, setting up Butterfs is, like, the easiest way to get snapshots set up on Gentoo. So it does make sense.
Okay. Now it's time to configure and compile the kernel sources. These are 3 approaches to this. The kernel is manually configured and built. A tool called GenKernel is used to automatically build and install the Linux kernel. A distribution kernel is used to automatically build and install the Linux kernel like any other package. We're going to be using...
So, you want to use GenKernel because the distribution kernel does not have Butterfs support.
Exactly.
Okay, so...
So, to use GenKernel, you do need the kernel sources.
So, this thing here.
Yep.
Okay.
Hold on.
And then...
Wait a minute. Hold on, do I need to say no?
Say no for just a second.
Yeah, just say no for a second. Because that next command that's talking about down there, too, where it says eSelect kernel, you want to put that in an AND statement after it compiles. And you just want to do eSelect kernel set 1.
So, do this...
So you want to run that command, and 2 ampersands.
So, and then this one. Yeah?
You don't want to list, you just want to set.
1.
Yep.
Set 1.
Okay. All right.
Because what this does is you're pulling in the Linux kernel sources. It's going to drop it into your var directory because that's where Portage assumes that everything needs to go. Mm-hmm. What eSelect is doing there is it's symlinking that directory to where the GCC would expect the kernel to exist at. That's all that command does.
Okay.
And then when you go to grab a new kernel, because say like the kernel updated, you won't need to run the eSelect kernel set again, and that's how you manage your kernels in Gentoo.
Okay, so I can just hit enter here.
Yep, you can hit enter here.
Okay, and then yes.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, we're waiting for that. Let's see if. Again, if you're watching this, I apologize for not paying attention to chat. I'm just doing this stuff. So
it's fine. You're learning and installing an operating system at the same time. It's kind of hard.
Well, I just want to make people. I think I'm why this guy's not paying attention to the chat.
I'm just staring in awe. It's been years since I even looked at a Gentoo install, so this is really kind of cool.
I have to admit, it's definitely been fun.
And then I'm going to send you a command that you're going to call for GenKernel. That way you can make sure that's got everything that you need.
Can I ask a technical question about installing Gentoo on UEFI?
Go ahead.
I might be interested in trying it again, but I want to install it alongside my existing system, and I don't really want it to touch my EFI partition. And when I looked at the installation guide, it says to mount the EFI partition on /boot. Can I just mount it on /boot/EFI so that anything that would just go into /boot
Yes,
can stay
but
on the partition?
honestly, you don't even need to mount the boot directory at all. You just need to, you don't need to worry about that. But after you get
So-
Gentoo installed, you do need to boot into the other Linux distribution to update Grub. That way, Grub knows where Gentoo is.
That's the beauty. I just got rid of grub and I just use refined.
Oh,
Which
then
can-
yeah, you just tell
because-
tell Refined where your Gentoo kernel is.
or hopefully it will be able to find it because
If I'm sorry, if you have to, you can just literally reinstall Refind and it'll detect it. You don't even have to do like a reconfigure. I had an issue one time where it just wouldn't
by
reconfigure.
default refine just scans all partitions at each startup, and if it finds a kernel that is bootable, because apparently the Linux kernel itself, since a few versions back, has its own built-in bootloader. So because Refind itself is not a bootloader, but if it finds a kernel that has a bootloader functionality, then it can do the direct kernel boot. So if I guess I would have to compile the Gentoo kernel in a way that it can do the kernel boot if I don't want to use grub.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so I just run that command that you sent me, Josh?
Yeah, you just run that command.
Okay.
And it'll do all the work for you.
It says gen kernel
Oh
command.
yeah, we need to install gen kernel still. My bad.
Okay.
So if I boot into my void system or my Fedora system and I just install Gentoo in a chroot, I don't even have to mount my EFI partition. I just create the boot directory and it won't complain about not being an EFI partition.
Yeah, well.
Because I know that you can install Arch without even mounting or creating an EFI partition. It won't complain because if you just keep installing grub, then it will probably not look for the EFI partition at all.
Yep.
So I can just do the same with Gentoo. And it won't complain about it not being able to find the EFI partition.
Yeah, it should be fine. I'll be honest though, I don't set up dual boots very often. So it's just like every time I do this, I need to like consult Google and troubleshoot.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, I pretty much I have both Void and Fedora on both my devices because I just like them both. If I want to have a reliable system, I just use Fedora. If I want to tinker with my system, I just boot into Void. So that's where I ended up.
Are you dual booting on both OSs off of one hard drive or two?
One SSD on my desktop. I have two SSDs. One of them is the Linux SSD, which has Void and Fedora. The other one is the Windows SSD. So that way, Windows has its own EFI partition. It has no chance of.
I myself, I triple boot. I have a Windows 10. I have a install of Pop, and then I have an install of Arch. Well, Endeavor. So yeah.
Oh, triple boot. But
Yeah,
the beauty.
I wanted to just cut to the chase, and I just bought SSDs for each one of them.
Yeah, I mean,
so much easier.
I just created multiple root partitions on the Linux SSD, and Windows has its own SSD to do its stuff.
Yeah.
Now do I run that command, Josh?
Yeah, you should be able to.
Or do I need to do this nano fs tab thing?
I honestly don't think you need to worry about that because gen kernel should work. We'll find out because if it needs you to declare like the boot directory in the fs tab, it'll shout at you.
Okay.
The great thing about Refined is that when I start the computer, it will scan all partitions for kernels and bootloaders, and it will find them even if it's on a separate disk. So it will list Void, Fedora, and Windows just fine. I think Refined is the single best tool that I found while using Linux.
It's definitely the world's fastest boot manager.
I just like it for the themes. I'm kind of weird.
And I like that. I like that.
That would so be me. I'd be doing ricing videos for Refine, but the problem is I don't use UEFI, so I have to stay with OS Prober.
You know
Oh,
what?
I
I
created
can't get it
my.
to change icons. Like I can't get it to show different distro icons. So I just get the 2 penguins in the generic window. But I gave up on it, man. I tried everything on that refined guide, and I'm just like, you know what? Penguin it is. Because I'm only going to
You
hit enter
can
on it. So, but
you
yeah.
you can create a custom entry, so it lists systems as it finds them. But you can in the refine.conf on the EFI partition, you can create a custom entry and define a
An
custom
icon, yeah,
icon.
yeah.
I just created my own icon set and I replaced the ones that are in the icons folder. So
You did it. You
it,
did a. Can you hit me with a DM and send me your refine menu? I'd like to check it out, if you don't mind.
I think he's looking for it right now.
I'm gonna be AFK for a couple seconds, guys.
Hey, just
that's
tell me to
that's
shut up if I'm talking
okay.
over you.
This
by
is
the way.
this is like a 10 to 15 minute process. I mean, you're compiling the Linux kernel. It's not for the faint of heart.
No.
I'm just do you want the icon set or the refined config itself?
Just the config. I'd just like to see how you did the menu.
I mean, I'm on my phone, so I won't be able to send it, but I can.
Just
But
whenever. Just it doesn't have to be
okay,
right now. Just whenever. Whenever you're back at your computer, just hit me with the DM.
sorry, what's your username because I can see the user list properly.
Unruly Griff is my username in Discord.
Okay, I think I have a couple of pictures of what my refined menu looks like. I will try to find those.
Yeah, sure, man. Thanks. I appreciate that.
Yes, because we not only rice our desktop environments and our window managers, we rice our bootloaders too because we can.
You know what? Normally, I'm that guy that just I honestly I'm like screw it. You know, like I'm only here for a second just to get to Endeavor or whatever. So, but this would be great. I mean, if I could do it, I mean, great. You know. I can bend myself to the will of some devs, certain, and if I don't really want to go tinkering too deep, I'm like, you know what? I'm fine
I mean,
with this.
if you guys really want to be hacky about it, you can set up EFI boot manager to just boot directly to the kernel. And what you're doing is you're modifying the UEFI variables in your motherboard's firmware to tell it where the Linux kernel is. And it is it's super hacky, but oh my goodness, the system just boots so much faster.
Man, you got a link on where I might be able to read up on that?
Yes, there's a Gentoo article on it. I just linked it in the YouTube chat.
Oh, in the YouTube chat.
Okay, I found 2 pictures. I sent them in the Unix spawn
Thanks,
chat.
man. Appreciate that.
Yes, you do have a radio voice.
Who's that?
You.
Oh, thanks. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
These are pretty old, so these are not the systems that I have, but it gives you an idea of what the icon set is like.
I see some nicks there.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I just briefly tried Nix once. My main system is so I didn't have Fedora back then. I was on Arch and Void, but then I just hopped from Arch to Fedora, so I have now Fedora and Void. I also have a Debian installation on my laptop because time and time again I bump into something that only works on Debian. For example, I couldn't connect to the university Wi-Fi. I couldn't authenticate on Fedora. So I just remember that I still have Debian because I didn't nuke it. I booted into Debian and I could connect to the Wi-Fi fine. So what I learned is that doesn't matter what I hope to, I will never get rid of my Debian partition.
I often think about wiping out my Debian-based partition as well, and then like something happens like when I was on Manjaro, my God, the thing would go tits up on me. I'd come home from work, turn it on, I'm like, well, it's not working right, and then I would spend like hours just trying to. I'm like, you know what? I'm just booting pop, and then the one night I decided, like, let me try and fix this again. I was already ready to put Devon on here anyway, and so I booted Manjaro and it updated and it fixed itself, but I was like, too late.
Well,
So yeah.
Well, there goes my monetization. on my
Debian
studio.
failed me like yesterday. I tried so hard to get like Debian actually up and working because I'm currently adventuring around with like all these other distributions. But I honestly think that the motherboard in my computer is starting to go out because sometimes it just doesn't even post anymore.
Yeah, that can happen. This is gonna sound crazy, but have you checked the CMOS battery?
I have checked the CMOS battery. It's still got a charge, and it's holding charge. I ran a memory test, and the memory is good. So it's just like it's either the motherboard or it's the processor. And I would like to think that AMD has a pretty good quality assurance plan for like their Threadripper processors. So it's just
I don't think it'd be the CPU.
I don't think it'd be the CPU either.
You said it passed MIM test?
It did pass the memory test, so I'm thinking that's probably going to be the motherboard. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it was the cheapest first-gen Threadripper motherboard money could buy back then.
Yeah.
So it's just like maybe it's time to buy a new one, maybe it's time to actually just like upgrade our system.
I got the baby version of that. I got a 5950X sitting here and still in its box on my desk. I haven't had a chance to put in yet, so I've just been busy with work.
Meanwhile, I found the link to the full icon set that I posted that I made. So I put that as well in the Linux forum.
Yeah, the icons I have, I'd like to see your menu, like your comp file. I want to see that.
I didn't really do much in the config. I just have a blank black some PNG file that I specified to be the wallpaper, and then I pretty much just replaced the default icons in the icons folder with this. So I didn't.
And then created the menu entry according to the walkthrough or the guide.
No, I didn't really because no, if it can detect what destroy it is that it finds, it will use the correct icon. So I don't really have entries in my file.
See, it used to do that for me, but only when I double booted. As soon as I went to triple boot, Refind is just kind of like, here, have an icon.
For me, it just does that by default. So I have a Linux refine.conf on each boot directory for the distros that I can put like kernel parameters in it. But in my config file, refine config file, I pretty much just specified what pictures to use for the background and the selector indicator, little triangles.
Okay, yeah.
And even the little white icons, I just replaced them. So I didn't create new folders and didn't point it to anywhere. I just replaced the original icons because I knew that I wanted to use these ones.
Yeah.
Unruly Griff, somebody in this chat said that you should do radio.
Thanks. I actually tried my hand at streaming for a little while too. I appreciate the compliment, guys. Thank you.
You've got the voice for it.
I'm not going to take all credit of it. I mean, I really do have a very expensive audio setup. So, I mean.
What do you think about the full icon set? I posted a Reddit link that
I like it.
There's even download. Some icons are a bit outdated. For example, the Ubuntu icon and the Lubuntu icon. So maybe there's 5 or 6 of them that I should update. That I created the new versions of, but I didn't publish them yet.
Josh, this thing is doing what it's supposed to be doing, right?
It hasn't errored at you yet, right?
Right.
And I bet you that if you look at it like the output of BTOP, it's going to tell you that everything's pegged at 100%.
78%.
Yeah, it's doing the good work. Just let it do its thing. Don't worry about it. You're going to get the concern's going to set in, but don't worry about it until it errors or your terminal crashes. You're fine.
We're not expecting the terminal to crash, though, right?
I have crashed Alacrity before.
But you're going to make the promise that that's not going to happen, right? Because I really don't.
I have no guarantees because I don't use Alacrity anymore.
Can I get something off my chest? When I use an X window manager, my go-to terminal is the XFCE terminal because it just like it.
TFL was exactly the same for many, many years, but we finally got them onto Alacrity for the auto-updating configuration files.
Color me weird. I've reverted back to Xterm.
You are weird.
Whatever works for us, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, that's the whole idea behind Linux.
A lot of people like to use URXVT. I've never been able to get into that terminal either.
Okay, so the only reason why you went to want to use URXVT is just so you can get like transparency in your terminal, which I don't use to begin with anyway.
I have
The reason why I
normally
the
have
reason why I
transparency.
really appreciate that Sway is not just a window manager but a compositor, because when I tried i3 with PyCom on my infographics, I had really bad artifacts when I was opening windows, and basically it just smooth sailing with Wayland. And I found a Wayland a terminal that was written for Wayland, and it's called Foot.
Yes,
short
foot.
for-
I
Foot
like
is good.
foot. I like foot. And yes, that's the name of the terminal. It's called Foot. Foot.
And it was originally Foo Terminal, and he just shortened it to Foot.
If their slogan isn't "This terminal smells like feet," I don't want to use it.
You know what's interesting? What's ironic is that the GNOME icon is itself a foot.
Yeah.
You can use transparency in pretty much any terminal if you use PyCom. You don't need any special terminal to get transparency if you use a compositor. Of some sort.
Yeah, you can get transparency with any window using PyCom, but at the same time, like that is full window transparency, not dynamic transparency. So like the text and stuff will be transparent along with everything else.
Is it a good idea to use PyCom and not tweak the config, so just download PyCom and then just run PyCom as it is, and just if it works?
That's generally what I do. Like the most I do is I disable like the shadow effects that for some reason they put in the default configuration on some distros. Wow.
That's the second time that's happened. Somebody different this time.
It's the equivalent of us all standing out on the corner and somebody driving by with a really loud stereo.
I think when they join, they have their levels up just completely too high. I think that's what's going on here.
Can I get something else off my chest?
Sure.
I really like GNOME on my laptop, with a touchpad, but I can't stand it with a mouse on my desktop.
We need to boot you. You just said you like GNOME. I'm sorry.
I like GNOME enough to only call it GNOME. I can't call it GNOME. I just can't.
Yeah. I mean, so I'm not a native English speaker, and I don't really like silent letters in the beginning of words, and so I just say GNOME, and I think
I've never said the term garden GNOME in my life, so I can't.
All right, so let me just pontificate on the word GNOME for a little while. So the things that you're saying are the garden gnomes are pronounced gnomes. GNOME started off as an abbreviation, so that's why it's GNOME. So every time somebody says that, I get in internet fights with people. Like I had like a 20 message thread on Odyssey. Me and this guy are going back and forth over it's like, this is the most inconsequential thing. Like, I don't even use the damn desktop environment, yet I'm still very passionate about how you pronounce it.
Well, it's funny because it's the only desktop I use, and I love it, but it's GNOME.
Honestly, as long as people pronounce mate correctly, I don't care.
What, you mean mate?
It's mate.
Well, when I heard,
but it doesn't have the little thing over the little accent, does it?
It's not. It doesn't matter because it was named after the drink mate,
yeah,
so it should be pronounced mate.
Yeah,
and so
But
it's mate.
let's just pause for a second, and everyone can agree. And I said this on the
I'm a bartender, so I agree with that.
I said this on the podcast on Thursday. Linux developers and open source developers that are shit at naming stuff. They're just...
Oh, come on. I totally love the GNU network object model environment.
You can't... There's not a single open source developer that can name anything. They couldn't name themselves out of a box. Every one of them is bad. NC, MPC, PP, SXHKD.
The extended framework
you're not wrong.
Common environment.
Yeah. I mean, you find yourself... I mean... I suppose there are probably. I mean, somebody in the chat's like, "Oh, here's an exception." Like, of course, there's going to be exceptions, but the big stuff, all of it's named horribly.
The GNU image manipulation program.
Yeah, GIMP. That's so bad.
Keep,
I don't
keep
actually
the
have to worry
names.
about how I pronounce Mate or Matt because I don't use it. I don't know anybody who uses it, so I've never really actually
Well,
thought about it. But
I'm impartial because I drink mate, so I'd like if people pronounce it correctly, even if they're not talking about the drink.
oh yeah, well I mean, like I said, I'm a bartender, so I mean I get you.
Um,
I know what a mate is.
Names should be kept simple and short, like food.
Like the simple Xorg image viewer would be amazing, but Fe is better.
yeah, nobody knows how to say that word either. By the way, fe.
Fe.
Yeah.
I call it Fe.
Yeah, see.
I assume that's some European accent somewhere, so it's Fe.
And also, was that an abbreviation? I mean, nobody knows that either.
How do you spell it?
FEH.
I mean, it's a dependency for SXIV, so it's just like, why are we using the front end for it when we could just use the dependency itself?
Well, I mean, SXIV has other stuff, but SXIV is depreciated now, right? They moved it to Neo SXIV or whatever the hell it is. So
something like that.
I don't use either of them. I just use Fe too. Fe, whatever.
The little short pop quiz. How do you pronounce the name of the distribution that has the chameleon as the mascot?
OpenSUSE.
Yes, SUSE.
Yeah,
Not Seuss, not Susie. It's SUSE.
It's OpenSUSE. Yeah.
It's SUSE. They made a musical video about it. It's
I've
SUSE.
seen that. It's great. Everyone should watch that.
They
video.
have
It's great.
so many good music videos. I don't know what they're doing with their money there, but they're definitely doing the right things.
They're all low budget too, and it's great as a result.
Well, I mean, they're low budget, but you can still tell that they do a good job. I mean, they do a good job on them. Not bad, but definitely better than I could do.
Everyone who answered right to the question has my respect.
Well, to be fair, Friday night somebody talked me into installing OpenSUSE.
Did
You know what's interesting
did you
about
like it?
OpenSUSE?
well, you know what? I guess I'm just gonna start calling Matt Mate. That way I can get used to it.
I deserve that. That's okay. That's okay.
Oh, hey, by the way, Matt, I hit your Patreon.
Oh, was that you? I messaged you back asking for your.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I will.
I did it and then crashed. I was like, oh, Patreon.
Hi, Katie. How's it going, Katie? I know I'm talking.
Did you message me through Patreon? I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna sign up for this and probably never look at it, man. I actually had someone on Patreon for a long time, and I was like, oh, this dude. It's like, man, he doesn't even do anything anymore. So I canceled it and.
I try my damnedest to do all the perks, but I'm really bad at some of them. So like the upper tiers are supposed to get a bi-monthly AMA / meetup thing. I've never done one of those. My older patrons have been very, very gracious about me not doing those things. So I appreciate that. That's for sure.
Man, it's my pleasure, dude. My pleasure. I mean, I definitely don't mind doing it.
I've been very, very, very lucky.
Yeah, man, solid content, dude. And it's funny because I found you and Brody and quite a few of the other Linux DT and all them when Linus went tits up on his try with
Pop OS, yeah.
And like I said, I mean, I'm as you see in the chat, I'm old hat with Linux, and I was like, wait a minute, how in the hell do you destroy a Debian install? So I literally, that's what got me back into Linux, and I was like, wait a minute, hang. So I found Pop OS. I cleaned off a hard drive, and this was like, towards the end of last year, and I've been on Linux ever since.
So do you guys know why that happened?
Yeah, it was actually a problem with the package manager. Actually,
my first guess is that maybe he installed the system from the ISO, which means the system is not up to date. And if you do that, the first,
it's not even. It's simpler than that.
It had to do something with apps.
Even if it's not that.
I can explain the issue right now.
Sure.
It's an issue. It was an issue with the Mesa 32-bit library package that you would install when you tried to install Steam. And what that what that did is that would cause a package conflict with Xorg.
Yep.
So, apt by default will attempt
you
to
to-
resolve the conflicts because
Yep.
it's the advanced package manager. So if you tell it to install a package, it's going to install the package.
When
Well-
he typed yes, do as I say,
He did.
I was dead.
And it's like, man, did
dead.
you not? Okay, he read the screen enough that he knew that he had to type that in. But
It's
did
like
he
all this
really
is gonna be
take in what
removed.
everything that he was removing? Because one of those packages is obviously called pop-desktop.
Okay, so in his defense, the vast majority of people in that situation aren't going to read that nonsense either.
But he was actually installing Steam, I think,
Yeah, he was installing Steam.
when it happened, and so that's But please continue. You were talking. You were telling the story.
Okay, so like he tried to install Steam the way that Steam recommends. So he went to steampowered.com and he went to unpack the dev file, and it didn't work because he didn't get an error message telling what app was wanting to do. So then he went to the pop shop and he went to
he just went to the pop. Didn't
Oh,
you just
yeah,
went
he went to the
pop shop
store.
begin with?
Yeah, he went somewhere and it's just like
Yeah, it was from their pop repository because it was that was where the issue was.
Yeah, and honestly, that's where the biggest error happens because it just tells you installation failed or like unable to install. It doesn't tell you why.
Does the Steam website still only point towards Ubuntu installation instructions? I wonder if they're going to change that because of the Steam Deck now. Because I mean, it's based on Arch.
They're just going to. At most, they might tell you to install Steam using your package manager
Because it's
based on all the distributions.
It still seems so silly that their official Steam distribution is Ubuntu, given the fact that they have based their latest version of SteamOS on Arch.
Just to get more up-to-date libraries.
Well,
I don't even know how the heck I installed mine. I don't remember. It's been a minute. Did I?
You know what? I wanted to say that even if it wouldn't have solved the issue, Linux installed PopOS from an ISO, which means that the packages weren't the most up to date. And when you install a system from an ISO,
it doesn't matter.
The first thing anyone should do is update the
hold on,
system.
stop. You open the pop shop first. That's going to refresh the package database, so it doesn't matter.
Yes, the database, but not the packages in the system.
No, but when app sees that package that dependencies have an update available, it will attempt to install the updates for the dependencies before it installs the actual package.
I used to use Manjaro, and one thing that I liked about it is that when you went to the
Manjaro uses Pacman, which is a horrible fucking package manager for anybody. That wants
Take
to get
that
anything
shit
done
back,
reasonably.
Josh.
Wait, did you mean Pacman or Payback?
Manjaro uses Pamac. That is a horrible fucking package manager. Pacman is perfectly fine.
Yes.
Paymac is just a wrapper for Pacman.
Yeah, but it's a horrible piece of software. It's like it's been broken so many times. Just use Pacman, like a normal Arch user.
I'm way too biased to comment because of all my years of using Debian. I love apt. I just do.
Apt is a good package manager.
Intuitive.
Have you tried? There's recently someone posted there's a new front end. I mean, it's still a CLI tool, but it's a wrapper for apt. It's called Nala, Nala, and it looks gorgeous.
TechCut did a video on it.
Oh
I guess
that's where I found it.
I guess Nala looks cool, but if it comes down to like package managers and output, Emerge is by far the most verbose. However, when it comes to presentation, nothing beats DNF in like the actual package presentation.
If a DNF is fantastic, but it's so slow.
Whoa, yeah.
Well, yeah, because it's written in Python.
Right, okay, so there's DNF is slow until you've used zipper, and then you realize what slow actually means.
Yeah.
Roxy Bean says
DNF is
in chat.
And if you want just weird, just use the one that Majay uses, which is like RPM UI X whatever. That thing is just fucking stupid.
Okay, thanks for the super sticker. I truly appreciate that.
In Endeavor, you can use Yay to update. Like it calls on Pacman, doesn't it?
All right.
Yeah, Yay is just a front end for Pacman.
Yeah. I mean, it pulls from the AUR, but it will update your system.
Well, it's a
Yeah.
package builder. Josh, it went through correctly, right? No errors.
Yep.
All right. So what's next? Do I need to do the FS tab thing? So that's definitely a no now, right?
That would. So at this point, you're pretty much done with this page because you compiled the kernel and installed it.
Okay. So we can skip the alternative thing because we don't doing that.
Yep.
The modules, we're done with that. Okay. So configuring the system. Okay.
Yeah, and now it tells you to create the FS tab.
All right, so the etc tab file uses the table-like syntax. Yeah, it's always the most confusing file in the freaking system. Nobody knows what those zeros and things mean.
I know what they mean.
I would like to know what I
Of
mean.
course you do. I would like to know what they mean too, but I always forget. Anyways, every line consists of 6 fields separated by white spaces, tabs, or a mixture of the two. Each field has its own meaning. The first field shows the block special device or remote file system to be mounted. Special kinds of device identifiers are available for block special device nodes, including paths to device files, file system labels, and UUIDs. The second field shows the mount point at which the partition should be mounted. The third field shows the file system used by the partition. The fourth field shows the mount options used by mount when it wants to mount the partition. As every file system has its own mount options, so system admins are encouraged to read the mount man page for full listing. Multiple mount options are comma separated. The fifth field is used by dump to determine if the partition needs to be dumped or not. This can usually be left as a 0. The sixth field is used by FSCK to determine the order in which file systems should be checked if the system wasn't shut down properly. The root file system should have 1, while the rest should have 2 or 0 if the file system check is not necessary. Okay, so now we can vim into vim/etc fs tab, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, and then we're actually going to need the UUID first row, right?
Yeah, so what you'll want to do is just quit out of that. And then just run blk id.
Yep.
Isn't there something like genfs tab in Arch in Gentoo?
You can install genfs tab if you really want, but it's actually not necessary.
I'm wondering if the reason why this is going slow is because it's spinning up my external hard drive.
Probably. It's going to index every hard drive that it detects on the system, so it's going to spin up the external ones too.
There we go.
Okay, so really what you're looking for is the UUID for SDB1 and SDB2.
So problem with this output is it's not in order.
Yeah, it's not exactly in order. But what I would do is I would just open up like a separate text editor window and then just copy paste them into that second window and then just copy paste them back into the FS tab.
Okay, so I have clip menu D.
Yeah, that works too.
But then I'd have to remember which is at which. So SDB1 is this one here. Do I need the whole thing or just the U?
No, just the UUID.
D. Okay. Okay, and then the SDB2 is this one here.
Yep.
Okay, and then we can vim into this here, which changes back to this. Okay, and then we can just create a new line here at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so the first one we're going to do, it doesn't matter the order though, right?
It doesn't matter the order. Just need to know which one is SDB1 and which one is SDB2.
Okay, so the last one we copied was SDB2,
I think.
I think it was 2. I'm going to have to go back and fucking find out. I can go here and run that again. We're not in the same thing. That'd be dumb. That'd be
Just go back to that second workspace and then just run lsblk-f. That'll also print UUIDs.
We still have it here. SDB2 was the one. 5.8. 5.8 is the SDB2. 7.8 is the SDB1.
Okay.
Okay, so now.
Do you actually plan to use this as your main system?
For a while, I'm gonna.
It's the consideration.
So, paste this, and then
remove the quotes.
yep, this and this, and then oops. This is going to be slash. This is the SDB2.
Yeah, that's so just call it root.
So ROT like that.
Slash. Just slash.
Root like that. Okay.
No, just slash.
Just slash. Right. I'm done.
Yep, just slash, and then BTRFS.
BTRFS.
Yep,
Okay.
and then next up, you're going to call mounting options. So just like when we manually mounted the disk, you need to call subvol.
So like
SUBVOL
okay.
equals at.
Okay.
And then you probably want to call comma SSD.
Like that.
Yep. And then comma defaults.
Like that.
Yep. And then you're just going to put a 1 because that way you know which one is the root directory. And then space 0.
Okay.
And then you can yank that whole line and then copy it down. And then you just make it home. It'll be the same UUID. You just need to set the mount point and then the subvolume.
So instead of that, it's like this, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And then slash home.
Oh, the here, right.
Yep.
Hungry.
And then you can change the 1 at the end to a 0. And then just call 00.
It can be spaces. It doesn't have to be tabs, right? In between,
It could be spaces or tabs, just some form of white space.
This is 00.
Yep.
Okay. I knew that. Okay. And then we need
And
to
then,
do
your swap.
the other one, right? That was 7/8. So, like so.
And they give you an example of swap up there at the top. So you'll just mount it to nothing, so none.
None, and then swap.
And then SW.
SW, and then 00, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then we can save this, right?
Yep.
And quit. Okay. Alright, so that's done. Partition labels, and so we can skip down.
Yeah, like half the pages just talk about the FS tab.
And networking information. So this is where we're going to send the host name, right?
Yep.
Okay, so
this is configuring for DHCP-CD, which is generally what they tell you to run throughout the wiki. So we're not doing network manager here at all. So if you just follow these directions, it'll tell you what to do.
Okay, so we're going to vim into /etc conf.d and then host name. Oops, didn't spell that right. I probably should have copied and pasted it. Okay, and then it's just set as localhost. They can stay the same, or should I change the actual name?
It's the host name of your computer. Set it to whatever you want.
All right.
Just like on any of the GUI installers, this is the computer's name.
Okay. All right, and then we can quit that, right? That's right. We're out of that.
Yep.
All right. Always do Greek gods and goddesses. All right. Second is if a domain name is needed. Set the xe.conf/net. This only is necessary if the ISP or network administrator says so, or if the network has a DNS server but not a DHCP server. Okay, so I don't think I need to do this, right?
No, you don't need to.
What about NIS? If
it tells you that if you don't know that you need one, then you probably don't need one.
Okay. All right, and then we don't need the systemd thing. Network. There are many options available when configuring network interfaces. This section covers only a few methods. Choose the one which seems best suited to the setup needed. So we're probably DHC. I mean, that's normal, right?
Yep.
Right, so.
And then you do want to run the RC update, but don't run the RC service command.
Okay, so the merge first, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then yes. That was quick. And then this one here. All right.
Yep. But don't start it.
Okay. And then
just continue on.
And that's for systemd.
Yep.
Okay. And then we don't. These are other options, right?
Generally, I install this one as well.
Okay, so let's see. During the Gentoo installation, networking was already configured. However, that was for the live environment itself and not the installed environment. Right now, the network configuration is made for the installed Gentoo system. All networking information is gathered in /etsy.conf.d. What the hell? I must have
Oh, you
clicked.
clicked the package name. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Where was I? Right now, the network configuration is made for installed Gentoo Linux. All networking information is gathered in /etsy.conf.d/net. It uses straightforward yet not intuitive in syntax. Well, thank you. Do not fear. They really have some personality in this guidebook. Everything is explained below. A fully commented example that covers many different configurations is available here. First install this thing here. So this, and then enter, and then yes. Did that actually do that?
Yeah, no replace means that it's going to check to see if it's already on the system. If it's on the system, then it's not actually going to install it because it doesn't need to. Basically, the whole point of that is just to get it added to a file.
Okay, so it's done. And then we can vim into that file, right? /etsy.
Run a quick IP-A that way you can get your network interface name. IP space A.
I knew that. You said IPA. I was like, what are we talking about beer for? All right.
No dash.
No dash. I knew that too. It is getting close
probably
to...
EMP5S0.
Yep.
Yep. So you do want that.
Make sure that went into the proper place. Yep. All right. All right. So now we can vim into /etsy conf.d and then net. Okay. This is supposed to be empty?
Yeah.
Okay. And then
you want to scroll down to the second point there, where it gives you the option for the next one down.
This one here.
Next one.
This one here.
That's what you want for DHCP.
Okay, but we need to change that thing here to...
Yeah, you need to change ETH0 to ENP5S0.
Okay.
What does the .d stand for at the end of directory names? Is it just for directory?
Yeah, it's just to declare the directory, because the way that Unix systems work, you cannot have two files with the exact same name, even though one's a file and another one's a folder. This is like stretching back to like classic Unix. As a result, to notate folders, they would put .d at the end.
Okay, so this is right now, right?
That makes sense.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
I knew that it probably means directory, and I knew that you can't have the one with the same name as a file, but somehow I didn't put the two together in my head.
And do this automatically start network at boot part? Do we need to do this to have a network interfaces? Okay. Figured that. Okay, switch this. And then this. And then the RC, do we do the RC update too?
Yep.
Okay. All right. If the system has several network interfaces, which it does not, I'm never going to use Wi-Fi.
Now, the main reason why we did that is because even though DHCP-CD does handle DHCP by itself, it doesn't actually know what the actual device is. So you use IRFC to actually let DHCP-CD know which one is the actual network device you want to use.
Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is host file, right?
Yep.
Okay, so vim / oops, probably cd of all, or it doesn't really matter, does it? Vim into /etsy hosts, like so. Okay, and then this is where.
So technically, like, if you just don't care, you'll just put in. Actually, I don't even think you even need to put anything in this file anymore. Think about it. Yeah, I don't think you need to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I don't think you don't have to put you don't have to change the name of the computer or anything.
Realistically, all that does is just setting a name for like all this file does is it tells your local computer where everything is, which localhost tells your computer where that is, and then like it's telling you in the wiki itself there, where it gives you the IP address and then it gives like all the other names. If you want to use like not localhost for like whenever you need to like ping your own computer, then you can put the host name in there if you really want, but it doesn't matter.
This works fine. Okay, well, we'll just leave it there.
That will work.
Okay, so just quit out of that. All right. So what about the optional PCMCIA thing?
Do you need express cards for your laptop?
No, this isn't a laptop.
Okay.
All right. So now we're setting a root password.
Yep, should probably set a root password.
Okay, so enter new password.
Just to let you know, I just remembered this. Gentoo forces secure passwords by default, and there's a way you can change that.
I think my password will be secure enough.
We'll find out.
Yep.
Well, apparently it was.
I don't use the one from that I use on my distro reviews. That'd be great. Like everybody knows my password.
Okay. You can skip these steps, but this is modifying like how OpenRC works. So it's up to you if you want to mess with this.
Is it?
But those files are rabbit holes if you want to go through reading through them how like all the options work, because there's only like 50 variables that you can modify. But there's about 1,000 lines of comments for every single one.
Okay, I can just leave. I can just leave them though, right? They're set.
Yep, you can just leave it.
The defaults are fine.
Yeah, the defaults work.
Okay. Somebody mentioned me. Oh, Uncle Bonehead. Thanks for joining, Uncle Bonehead. You're probably already sleeping, but you watch later. Thanks for joining. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that was like back when I joined.
Yeah, that was ages ago, but I know somebody mentioned me on Twitter too, but I don't.
Don't use Twitter.
I'll have to look at that. I use Twitter. Like I understand the
don't use Twitter
problems behind using Twitter, but I like using Twitter. I can't help it. Many good people on Twitter, many horrible people on Twitter too. But anyways, moving on to the next one. So we don't have to do the systemd thing. So installing tools.
Yep, you probably want tools.
All right, so system logger, does that need?
It's nice to be able to like read a log, that way you can fix things.
Okay. All right. Okay, and then the RC update thing too, right? All right.
Yep. That way, you know, like the system can log by itself, and you don't have to tell it to log every time you log in.
So RC update is basically systemctl.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So cron daemon, I'm gonna need cron. So I need to do that, right?
Yep. Just use cronny. It's what everybody uses.
Yep. Yes, somebody pinged me just so they could get a notification on stream. All right. I need to redo my theme for Dunst. It's still using Dracula. I keep noticing that. It's driving me nuts.
I use the default Dunst theme.
What would be amazing is if Dunst could inherit the theming from your terminal. Or even X resources would be cool.
Yep.
All right, so we need to do this.
Yep.
And then I think we need to, if dcron is used.
Yeah, if you want to use a different cron daemon rather than cronny, then you need to like do some manual configuration for it. But the file indexing there is just for the locate command. So if you don't use that command, you don't need to worry about that.
I'm gonna do it just in case. You never know.
Yeah.
Usually I just use find, but or where is.
Honestly, I just use find proper.
I don't think I'm going to be SSHing.
That's only if you want to SSH into your system rather than SSH out from your system.
Yeah, I can do this later though, right? If I change my mind? Okay.
Yeah, you already have OpenSSH installed, so it's fine.
Okay. Time synchronization. So we need to do this, right?
Yep. I assume that you would like to be able to use the internet.
Yep. All right.
And the internet will still work, it just won't let you do anything.
Having two things called cronny is definitely not confusing.
Y and IE, gosh.
Yeah, especially when you have someone who can't spell shit normally.
Yeah, you and me both, brother.
Well, these are the only times you really have to interact with these things, so I think you're fine. Because outside of that, all you're doing is just calling cron tab.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. File system tools. All you need is ButterFS progs.
Okay, so it doesn't actually. So, what do I actually need to do there?
Just emerge sysfs ButterFS progs.
Okay, so depending on the file system used, it is necessary to install the required file system utilities already installed by default system. The following table lists the tool to install. So I'm assuming it's this thing here, right?
That one.
Okay, so we can just copy that part, right?
Yeah, you can just copy that part, or like you can just type it in.
Typing it in. What do I look like? All right, and then there's like extra spaces. That's fine.
I mean, it'll still work even though there's a tab there.
I know, but the host. Like so. All right. Good thing I copied the right one.
Yep, there you go. And then it's going to tell you to install a DHCP client again, even though you've already got one, so skip this step.
I can skip that step, right? And what about the optional thing?
You don't need a PoE because you probably don't use dial-up, and then you're probably not using Wi-Fi.
Right, okay, so that's done, right? All right.
Yep.
Hello, Grub. All right, so by default...
Actually, you're dual booting, right? So do you even need to install Grub?
Well, yeah, probably, but I'm using Grub right now, so it should already be installed, right?
If it's legacy boot and if it's a different disk, maybe you do have to.
Well, it is a different disk, so.
I'm gonna look this up real quick because you might not even need to install bootloader. Let's see, dual boot Linux.
You could choose a boot on the post menu on the motherboard.
Well, all you might
actually-
have to do is just tell Grub to regenerate the config file in the system that he wants to manage Grub.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
can Grub it out to distro that's on a different disk?
As long as he has OS Prober installed.
Yes, it will, but the thing is, I always go through the boot menu, so it's going to need Grub itself, because they're not going to interact at all. Yes, eventually Arco will, next time I do an update, it'll do OS Prober, and then I can do it without going into the Grub menu, but that won't have anything to do with Gentoo, because Gentoo is going to need to be able to boot itself. That makes sense.
We can always just install Grub and we can find out. If anything, you just regenerate the config file from Arco.
Is that your daily, Matt?
Arco is the one that I run daily, yeah. Originally was going to actually overwrite it and with Gentoo tonight, but I effed up the live environment of Ubuntu. How I did it? Apparently I did it by removing a USB key from thing and messed up the whole USB stack.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you have a whole bunch of USB disks.
Why Arco over Arch itself?
Because Arco works.
No, well, I mean, kind of, but also laziness. when I first got into using an Arch-based distro, there weren't very many GUI ways of installing Arch that were good. So
What I do is I just do the usual. I just mount the partition. I do the backstrap. But once I get into the chroot, I just bring up my bash script that just does everything for me. So
what
if
I
you
usually do is just use a Calamares installer. So it's just easier for me to do that instead of having to write a bash script or. You got to remember when I first started, Arch install was not a thing. Like the Arch developers were vehemently against having an installer of any kind. You had to do it manually, otherwise you were not using Arch.
Arch did used to have an installer back in the old days.
And it's not even that difficult of an install, really, to be honest with you.
I did the vanilla thing. I did the vanilla thing twice. I got my badge, and then I decided when I needed to just install within 5 seconds, I installed Arco. It was just easier.
I just like to be as close to upstream as possible, and Arch is the most upstream distro in that.
I could debate that one with you because you could just do Fedora Rawhide.
I mean,
and then you are upstream.
Arco.
I'm using distro watch's definition of an independent distro, which is a distro that packages stuff for themselves. So, for example, Ubuntu is not independent because they pull stuff from the Debian repos. Debian is independent because they just package stuff for themselves. So Manjaro and Arco and Endeavor are downstream of Arch. And because Arch repos don't pull stuff from any other repo.
Okay, so this is where I have to ask the question of, if the package version is already the exact same, is it really downstream? So in that case, is Arco Linux actually downstream from Arch Linux, or is it just an alternative flavor of Arch Linux?
Arco is just an alternative flavor of Arch Linux because it pulls from the Arch repositories. It's in pacman.com. The only thing it does differently is it adds other repositories.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is that if there's a distro that's 99% Arch, then I feel better just going plain Arch.
I mean, that's fine.
The only one that you could argue is really downstream from Arch is Manjaro because they don't use the Arch repos, they use their own repos. Well, I mean, maybe not the only one. I'm sure there's something else out there. Like I think like Chaos or something does their own stuff, but it's technically based on Arch or whatever.
Chaos actually does like their own repositories and everything. They just base off of an Arch base.
Right.
They don't even do that. They just have Pacman.
They just use Pacman. Yeah, it's.
There's actually a huge pause. I mean, most of your modern, most of the modern distros or the major distros are actually pretty well rounded, and I mean. Some of them are kind of cookie cutter. Some of them are just like silly wallpapers slapped on there and called a distro. But by and large, like Endeavor, like Matt says, you do a couple of installs of Arch, and then you're kind of like, let me see what this distro is like over here. And then you find out it's pretty well rounded. And if I actually installed a vanilla Arch, I'm probably going to install just about everything that Endeavor has installed just to get my stuff up and running anyway.
Yep.
My only complaint is that with how some of these Arch spinoffs like Endeavor, StormOS, and all of them have the system set up. Mm-hmm. I just don't want to deal with that on like an Arch-based system because when I fix things, I want to know how to fix the things and not have to figure out how to fix the things.
I guess I get that.
I mean, it's fine if you're a self-fixer. If you're interested in getting support. The easiest way to do so is to use an Arch-based distro because most of the Arch-based distros have way better support than Arch ever will.
I gotta say that after my, like I said, humongous failure with Manjaro, that was when I tried vanilla, and I liked vanilla enough. It was cool and all, but something happened, and I had to reinstall it. And then I was thinking to myself, this is probably the last time I'm going to do this. Not that it was difficult by any stretch. It's just. I value my time.
Yeah.
And after doing it a couple of times, you're like, yeah, this is cool.
Also, with the vanilla Arch thing is that every time I do it, I find that even like 2 weeks past the install, I'm still saying, oh, I need this dependency.
I forgot to install that.
Yeah, so I'm still basically setting up the whole system 2 weeks past the initial install point, and I don't want to do that. Yes, I know Arco is bloated. I know the website is terrible. But when I install it, I literally have everything I need to do to go start the stuff I need to do.
And that's what I'm talking about. Most of your major supported distros are pretty decent for what they are. You know, I don't get wrapped up in package counts or anything like that. Like I said, I throw so much crap on mine anyway. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But,
all right.
Go ahead, please.
Grub install is the next thing, right, Josh?
Yeah.
I don't need to do the merge, update, remove, verbose thing. That's just for UEFI, right?
Yep. UEFI.
All right.
Grub install SDB. SDB.
Oops.
You just ruined SDA. Whatever was on there.
Uh-oh.
Good job.
All right, I'm gonna.
The grub installation part of the Arch wiki is one of the main reasons I just went to refind instead.
All right, there's no grub on SDA, so it should be okay, right?
Grub is on SDA.
Say it again, Josh. You broke up.
You installed grub on SDA, so yeah, it was SDA right now.
You're going through a tunnel, my friend.
Yeah, you're all bing bonging.
Am I still?
Sound like a 1980s modem.
Yeah.
Still.
All right. Go back here. /dev/SDB. This is the perils of copying and pasting.
Discord not letting you down by letting you down.
All right.
There's an interesting term that I've heard someone say on Reddit, I think.
Am I better now?
You are better now.
Okay, so you installed grub on SDA, so it's there. Oh, now you got an SDB too. Okay,
right,
that's fine.
But there's no operating system at all on SDA.
Okay, so you didn't lose anything?
As long as it didn't overwrite anything, it should be fine.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
Well, no, I in this case I need to go to @Crusader
RM-F
and devices. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay,
it's okay. Like everything is still there. Whew. Well, I mean, it would not have been it wouldn't have been horrible. It's
you're
just
on 2 different discs, right? I mean,
yeah.
You're golden.
It's fine.
You know your way around well enough.
Well, I should also know better than to copy and paste random shit off the internet. Apparently, I don't.
All right. Part of Linux, man. It really is.
Well, for those of you watching, do as I say, not as I do. Okay.
Yes, do as I say.
So now that you got grub installed, just run the configuration command, and it should work.
This one here, the grub-make config thing.
Yep.
All right.
I don't even know why you're playing around with Gentoo. You should be installing Mandrake Linux.
On Linux image, is that OS Prober will not be executed to detect other bootable partitions? Is that?
Yeah, because you don't have OS Prober installed. All right. I guess you can install it and then you just rerun grub make config.
That's right. It turned into Mandree.
Is it? I can just do OS-Prober, or do I need to find the?
It'll shout at you if you don't call, if you call OS Prober and it tells you that it needs like the category, it'll list out the categories. So just call it.
Is it OS-Prober? Yeah.
Probably.
Okay.
Need to change the use flag.
Okay.
Okay. So run dispatch-conf.
Like this?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh. Up arrow a couple times. And then put a -A flag in the emerge.
Okay.
And then just let that rerun.
Right.
Hit yes. Now run dispatch-conf. And what this is going to do is if we read this command from the very top here, where it says etc portage package.use zz auto unmask, what's saying that it's going to modify this file And then just like reading a diff file from like suckless software, you'll have the pluses and minuses. It's going to show you everything that's adding to the file. So if you want to use, if you want these changes, you're going to hit U for use new, which it says there along the bottom.
Okay. All right. And then we can try the OS prober thing again, right?
Yep.
How much is left of the entire thing? The installation.
It doesn't need the -A, right?
Yeah, you don't need to have the -A.
Okay.
I always err on the side of always calling -A just in case I run into something like that.
Okay.
Because you can manually add everything to that file that it's telling you to add to that file, or you could just tell emerge to pass it off to dispatch conf. Which to do that you need to call the -A.
So is OS proper the only thing that's left of the installation? The entire thing?
Yeah, technically after he generates the grub config, he can actually reboot the system and it should be a working system.
I probably should do that, but
It depends if you want to like have a GUI first. I always like to go through and compile like Xorg and everything too before I do the first reboot.
let's do that. Living on the edge.
Yep.
It's been around.
What's your X environment going to be?
Well, I'll probably just go ahead and do i3 first.
Oh, okay. Cool.
We'll probably will install XFCE later. And then after all that's done, we'll have to figure out, make sure that I can mount external devices, because that's the problem I had last time.
To mount external devices, you're probably going to be you want like a UDisk 2 installed. But if you're installing XFCE, Thunar will pull that in.
Well, you would have thought so, but it didn't do it last time.
Oh, did you also install the Ballman plugin?
In order for us, Ben was helping me with that. In order for us to do that, we had to, in the xinit.rc file, instead of just doing exec, XFC or whatever it was, or exec i3.
You need to start the Thunar daemon.
It needed to have the dbus thing in order to do it.
Oh, yeah. You can set up the dbus RC service too.
We'll worry about that when we get there.
Yep.
Cannot believe I've been streaming for 2.5 hours already.
Well, we're installing Gentoo. What did you expect?
Well, no, it just feels like it's been a lot longer than that.
Oh, yeah, we're not even at the long part yet.
What do you mean we're not at the long part yet? So the next thing is this. Next thing is the make config, right?
Yep.
Okay, and then I could copy and paste that. I don't have to worry about changing anything, right?
Yeah, it should just be fine.
Okay. Okay.
Yep, there you go.
All right. So we don't need to do the alternative.
No, it still didn't run OS proper. Check grub disable OS prober documentation entry.
This stream will stay up on YouTube, right?
Yeah, I won't be deleting it.
Okay, I may, if I decide to. So if I do decide to try Gentoo again, I may
use this as a tutorial.
Sorry, I'm not as a tutorial, so I'm on push to talk. I may look at some of the parts. So I sort of didn't pay attention at the kernel compilation. But so if I
found it.
So if I want my kernel to be able to do that direct kernel boot from refined, can I just use some default settings, or do I have to specify something myself?
What are we doing? I'm sorry, I was reading documentation.
Okay, so if I want to be able to direct kernel boot from refined into Gentoo without grub, do I have to specify something?
You need to use EFI boot manager.
No, I mean, but when I build the kernel itself, do I need to specify something for it, or does it just
no? You should just have. All you have to do is just point the UEFI to where the kernel image is, and it should just work.
Okay.
Okay, Matt.
Yeah.
You need to vim into etc default grub.
Etc default.
Yep.
/grub.
Yep.
Okay.
And then there's a line in here that says grub disable OS prober.
Probably all capital letters, right?
Yep.
Underscore disable?
Yep.
And then it's underscore.
It's OS prober. Underscore OS prober.
It doesn't exist.
Oh. Oh, we can add it.
So grub. It doesn't matter where in this file, right? Disable.
Yeah, just in a line.
So disable underscore OS underscore.
Yeah, OS underscore.
Prober, right? That.
Yep, equals false.
Small letters, right?
Yep.
Lowercase, all right. And then right quit that.
Yep, and then we should just be able to generate the config, and it should work then.
Like this.
Yeah.
Still no. And now it's hanging.
It says that it will be executed to detect other bootable partitions. Its output will be used to detect it. So it's working. It's working right now.
It's
just that you've got these hard disks that are attached to the system, so it's got to spin those up.
Every time. It's gonna be a great day when I get a NAS because I won't have to do that.
It found archsinner,
which is the only one that should have.
Yep. There you go.
Okay, cool. So the next one, so we can script that, skip the EFI boot manager, rebooting the system.
So at this point, technically, if you reboot the system, you should have a working Gentoo system. But if we want to get to Xorg, I always prefer to get like Xorg, a window manager, and a terminal installed. Sometimes I even go as far as like the web browser too.
Yeah, might as well do it. So first, let me get into. Make sure I'm in root. This has been bothering me.
So what we're going to do is to get Xorg installed, we need to tell Emerge what video drivers we need. So we need to go into the make.conf file, which is etc portage make.conf.
And this is, I need to vim into this, not CD into it, right?
Yeah. Like text editor into it.
Right. Okay.
And then in a new line, we're just going to call it video underscore cards, all caps.
Video underscore cards, like so, equals.
Yep. And then in quotes, you're just going to put in the name of the driver you want, which I think you said that it's an AMD
GPU,
card.
probably.
Yeah, AMD GPU. And
Also,
then for like
lowercase?
proper 32-bit support, you also want to install Radeon SI.
So RADON SI, like that?
Yep.
All right.
And then in another new line, we want to put in input underscore devices.
I'm back, you guys.
Hey, Ben!
Welcome back. And then equals, and then in quotes, you're going to put in lib input, because I assume you want a working keyboard.
Yeah.
Like that?
Do you use anything like a game controller, Wacom tablet, or anything like that?
No.
Okay, so then just end quotes, and we should be good here.
Okay. I mean, so this is going to be keyboard and mouse and stuff. Those will work.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what lib input does for you.
This doesn't need to be comma separator or anything,
Nope.
just a space.
Just a space.
Okay. And I spelled all those things right because they're not green.
Yep.
All right. Cool.
So at this point, there's two Xorg packages we can install. We can install just the Xorg server, or we can install the full Xorg suite. I err on the side of everything Xorg.
Okay, so emerge, and then was it X11 something on?
Well, you can also just like in the Gentoo wiki, just like search Xorg, and it's like and it'll show right up. But you would want x11-base / Xorg-x11.
So search for X11.
Yeah.
This one here, this one here, right?
It's off camera.
X11-base / Xorg-x11, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, actually, it's just like the Discord screen capture kind of quit.
Is it back now?
It's weird. It's weird on the Discord stream. The background is dark. Oh, there it goes.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, no space there.
All right. Yeah, copy and pasting is not.
Call it with -A too.
Oops. Too late now,
That's
right?
fine. You can control C it. But it's not spitting error. Well, yeah, I guess there is an error.
All right, we'll try this again. All right.
And then, yeah, this is everything Xorg, so it's going to be a lot of packages. It's fine.
Everything went through fine, right?
We can try it again.
Did you say yes?
Yeah.
Okay. That's going to be
We're not doing Pipewire, we're doing Pulse Audio.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this part might take a while because it's everything Xorg. Thankfully, it doesn't update very often.
Yeah. Okay, good. All right. Check the chat.
You can emerge just plain Xorg, and it'll pull in like Xorg. I think it treats it as like a meta package. This is what I call just to make sure that I get everything that I would need for Xorg. And what it's going to come included with like xrandr, xinit, and everything for you too if you want to set that up, or you can set up a display manager.
I was so confused the other day when I did that review of Ultramarine Linux or whatever. It's the first distribution I've ever seen that runs Xorg that didn't come with xrandr installed by default. I've never seen that before.
I don't think my Endeavor install came with Randor.
Arch does not package Xorg xrandr with the Xorg meta package.
I can understand like vanilla Arch, but I'm talking like a prepackaged everything you could possibly need distribution. That
well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. My Endeavor didn't include it.
Really? That's weird. Yeah. It just feels weird to me. Like
unless I somehow unchecked it. You know what I mean? I remember I had to install it. So.
Yeah. I mean, granted, most people aren't going to use xrandr. They're going to use their GUI settings or whatever, but I never use that.
I just write my own conf and then copy it where it needs to go. Monitors conf or whatever it is. But I use GNOME. I use
xrandr in a auto start file.
You know what? I'm not gonna lie. A lot of it's vanity. I like the wobbly windows and I like the burn effects. I like the blurring. I like a lot of it, but I like the workflow too. But I've been really wanting to try tiled window manager, and I watched your videos. I'm like, you know what? I think I'm gonna give this a try. So.
You can just install like Material Shell too, and then you can have like window tiling in GNOME.
It's a good starting point. It's not.
Well, what's it called?
It's called Material Shell.
Yep.
Material Shell.
Yeah, I think it's literally just a GNOME extension.
Yep. It's pretty good. Though my only complaint about it is that there's a lot of key bindings there that you can't change.
Yeah. Which, in that case then, like, you can also just use, like, the System 76 tiling thing, too, but I think that you actually have to install that as a package for it to work properly.
You talking about Pop's little window tiling option thing?
Yeah.
Yep.
I actually have Pop OS on another drive. I'm mostly in Arch, or Endeavor for the most part.
Yeah, you can get both. They both basically do the same thing. The Pop OS one is probably better maintained, I would say.
Yeah.
Because they
I mean, it's also doing a lot less too compared to Material Shell.
Yeah.
Where that's changing window tiling rules, is changing where like the taskbar is and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'd be okay. But that's part of Cosmic, right? That's not something I can install into mine.
You can install it separate.
You can install. Yeah, it's just a package.
What do you know what the package is?
What you're on Endeavor right now?
Yes.
Let me just look up. It's probably in the AUR.
Do you want Pop Shell or Material Shell?
He wants a Pop Shell.
Oh, that's a GNOME extension.
You want GNOME Shell extension Pop Shell.
Yeah,
with
so
dashes.
Where's that at? That's in the AUR?
Yeah, it's in the AUR.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I will type it out and drop it in the Discord chat for you.
Oh.
We will put it in like the general chat, I guess.
You guys are so awesome. Thank you.
Yep. That's the AUR package name.
Is Ben here?
Ben's here, but he's muted.
Okay.
What
He
up?
just doesn't want to talk to you.
No,
He's too
No,
busy
I'm
playing Star
here.
Wars.
He's
so,
there.
so
He's
I was thinking you mentioned there's a package
I'm not
that you
doing
can.
anything right now. I'm installing
So
Gentoo.
you said there's a package that you can get OBS to work on Sway. Is it XDG Desktop Portal WLR?
Yes, that's the one you want.
Okay,
bad.
so I will try it. I mean, I remember that it's. But one of my friends uses Sway, told me about it, and maybe I should. So if I just install that, I will hopefully be able to.
You want that, and you want Pipewire.
Okay, I already have Piper. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be going, but I will check out what the end result of the Gentoo installation is later.
Oh my goodness, sex bots.
Have a nice
yay.
rest of your days. Good night, everyone.
Have a good one, man.
Oh gosh, we gotta stop that
It's
crap.
asking me which repository, Rust, repository community, or Rust up.
You just use the default. Just hit enter.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I didn't know that they put it in cargo. Okay.
Had more interesting things happen in chat tonight. I mean, we started out with all those trolls, and then I'm pretty sure I've been keeping Analytic Minded very busy.
Yeah. I'm kind of tempted to just err on the side of we're just going to quit moderating the chat because YouTube apparently just doesn't even want to fix the problem anyway.
Well, I prefer us to keep moderating it
Oh
because
my god, I just noticed.
Yeah.
we're luckily the channel has not gotten hit by the Telegram stuff yet. But it's only a matter of time.
It is a matter of time.
I know DT. It's one of the reasons why I avoid crypto nonsense with a absolute passion, because once you do a crypto video, you're absolutely going to get all those things.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. This is actually kind of tempting me to just give Gentoo one last chance.
Wait a minute, you don't like it, and you're or do you run it?
I run Gentoo on more devices than you'll probably ever install it on.
I would find it. I know plenty of people who know about something, but they just don't do it themselves.
It's at the point where like I literally learned Ansible just so I can update my Gentoo systems.
Very nice.
I think my peak was 34 devices running Gentoo in my house.
But why did you say that? Like, it makes you want to give it a try again. Has it been a while or something?
Because on his main machine, he's using an Open Mandriva or whatever it is.
So like every distribution that's not Gentoo just straight up pisses me off with like how they compile things.
Oh, okay.
Like in Fedora, you can't watch Netflix or like YouTube live streams through with the native Firefox package, so you have to use the Flatpak. And then the Flatpak is just like they got the permissions so fucking wrong on that thing, it's a mess. And then like in Debian, like the Firefox package is just straight up old, and you have to pull the Firefox from backports, which right now Firefox is not in backports.
And that's for Netflix?
I mean, that's just get any online video on Firefox on Debian.
Well, because Fedora doesn't support anything that's non-free. That's the reason why that has to happen.
And it's just like, it's not that I hate Fedora for it or anything. It's just like, that list of frustrations that just slowly build over time. I have Gentoo on 17 Raspberry Pis, which when they're updating things, they're basically toasters.
Do you have the fans for those that you can get?
I do have the fans. I have the variable speed fan that I have that cranks based off of CPU usage rather than temperature. So as soon as I do anything on the Pi, the fan kicks right up.
I watched a guy on YouTube the other day water cool his Raspberry Pi. It was very interesting.
Yeah, it makes no sense to water cool the Raspberry Pi.
He was just doing it for fun.
Yeah. But anyways, and then Arch Linux, for an example, I'm a big user of like the OBS Studio browser plugin. It doesn't look like it, but I do use it quite a bit. Which the archlinux native package, not the AUR packages, does not have browser support. Last I checked.
It doesn't.
And then, like many other distributions, you can't even use GPU encoding unless you have the NVIDIA. So I can't use VA API to use my GPU to run the encoding. So it's just like it's just a list of frustrations that just keep leading me back to Gentoo, because at least on Gentoo, I know that I can set that stuff up myself.
I'm not sure why the Arch maintainers just refuse to package the complete version of OBS. It just does not make any sense whatsoever, because it just makes it feel that none of the new features that OBS has enabled, like the YouTube integration or any of that stuff, it's just not there. And the thing is,
so the only place you can get that is in their snap pack.
The flat pack.
I used to sit there, and back when I ran Debian on everything, I actually maintained my own fork of OBS Studio just so I could compile it with everything. And honestly, it's kind of a pain in the ass to maintain that, so I don't really blame like the Arch developers for doing that. Well, it's just sad that they're not willing to like dedicate like manpower to trying making an attempt to maintain it.
Well, you can still build it from source and get the features that are in
you can get it from the AUR and get a lot of the stuff, or the Flatpak is the official version one. The problem with the Flatpak one is I always have problems with the audio in that one for some reason.
Yeah, the biggest problem that I have with OBS Studio is the plugin system. A lot of the plugins have like shit documentation on how to install them, even though they technically work.
Well, I mean, they're all written in Lua, so I mean,
they're not all written in Lua.
Well, most of them are written in Lua, but
not even most.
Well, okay, most of them are written in Lua. Most of the ones that I've seen then are written in Lua. Damn it!
You're talking to a guy that knows Lua scripting.
Every single one that I've ever seen has been written in Lua, and Lua sucks. Okay.
Well, I definitely wasn't questioning your ability or knowledge. Like I said, it surprised me you're sitting here walking him through such a detailed install, and like, wait a minute, you don't run it? Wait, wow, you must just know Linux, you know? Like, like who is this guy? Linux?
To be fair, a lot of this stuff is stuff that you actually had to do, like back in the day of using Linux.
No, I know. I used Slackware when it first dropped, and I was around when Debian dropped. Back, I'm 51, 52 years old, so I've been around, you know, especially with Linux. My daily driver back then was actually OS2. So, yeah, I've enjoyed the journey of. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm watching this, like, wow, like this just brings back.
It's so much easier these days.
But it is. Dude, okay, so I was really expecting, like, oh, man, you know, all right, I'm gonna try Linux as a daily, because I want nothing to do with Windows anymore.
Man, I have to open up my xorg.conf file.
Oh yeah.
I have like multiple monitors, and like every time like one of them just like blinks, it all crashes and dies. There's a kernel panic because, you know, like I tried to restart Pulse Audio.
I haven't had anything like that happen to me.
I know, right? It is so much better compared to how it used to be.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I was really surprised. I expected to have a lot of separation anxiety, you know, coming from Windows, and I started out with a 500 gig drive and Pop OS, and all 3.5, 4 terabytes beyond that was all for Windows. Now Windows is on the 500 gig and Linux has all the rest. So it's been an absolute dream transition, and I've tried to convert some of my friends. Some of it's worked, some of it hasn't. So,
well, you know, it's just like I don't actively try to convert people to Linux. It's just like I'm just going to tell them, just like, hey, man, this is what I use, and I personally prefer it.
I don't convert, but I just show them, like, hey, check out this.
No, I don't even show them.
All right.
I just tell.
What's next?
Set up a user.
Okay.
I mean, technically, you're showing everybody on YouTube right now.
I mean, I guess I am.
Ben, did you just say no?
What?
I'll take that, guy.
I thought I heard you say no.
I didn't say anything.
Yep.
Okay. Probably hearing stuff.
I was just saying,
Yeah,
after we set up your user, we should do like sysc in a browser and then go from there.
I mean, I would just set up a user here.
this is what I have to do, right? Is this line here, but with my own username?
Yeah, that looks fine.
Because if you don't declare bash as your shell, it's going to default to sh,
Yeah, okay.
which may or may not be bash. It might not even be set to anything. We don't know.
Okay.
Alright, now set a password.
Tasty rustic injections.
Alright.
Okay, then we probably want some form of privilege escalation, so we can either do as or sudo, your choice.
Well, I'm more familiar with sudo.
Okay.
But as a Gentoo purist, am I going to get lynched for not using do as?
It's entirely up
It
to you.
doesn't matter really
I
at all.
personally just prefer to set up do as.
Okay, so
Just use sudo.
But if you want to use sudo,
Please.
you can install sudo.
okay, so do I just do
Just emerge sudo.
emerge?
Yeah, just do that.
Do I need to do that -a
Emerge
thing?
sudo.
Like I said, I always just do it.
All right.
It's kind of like force of habit to always call it -a.
Okay. And then hit yes, yeah? All right.
Yep. Which the default response to that is actually yes, so you don't even have to put in the Y. You could just hit enter.
Okay. It tells me this now after I've done it 6 times.
Yes. I found that part out accidentally, actually.
Yeah.
I should have realized that because
Matt,
that's
you're probably
usually...
going to be slamming your head against the keyboard when I tell you this, but I actually have my own Gentoo install script.
I'm murdering you right now in my head many, many times in many different ways.
You probably wanted to use that when I told you that, didn't you?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. You should publish that. You should publish that shit so I can use it.
I totally didn't think to tell you that until just now.
It's okay, because every time I do this, every time I install Gentoo, I learn 8-10 new things, and it's part of the whole reason I'm doing it. Is so I can learn a little bit more.
It's okay. Well, next time you'll know for that.
Okay, so there's that.
Oh, God.
What do I need to do? All right, so the next thing is to get into like the
The
graphical.
sudo errors file. I don't know if vi sudo works here, but you could try it.
I'll be right back, guys.
You can also do just vim etc sudoers.
Yeah, you could do that, but if vi sudo works, that's what we should use.
All right.
Hey, it actually works, but of course it gives you nano.
Oh, good God. Just exit out of this, Matt. Just do what I was suggesting.
No, it's
Really
fine. This is the recommended way of doing it.
It's fine. I just
Go down.
have to go back to using the arrow keys like a fucking Neanderthal.
The worst part is when you get like the smaller keyboards,
There's no arrow
the arrow
keys.
keys are behind functions.
What do I have to?
Good God.
I've not done this in ages, so what do I have to do here? I have to add the wheel.
okay.
Go down
Uh,
one more.
Hold on. That line right there where it says uncommon to allow members of group wheel to execute any command.
Just can comment that, right?
Yeah, just
Go down below.
uncomment that wheel line. There you go.
So
You're
just
done.
hit, like,
Okay.
Control X, Y, enter.
Yep.
Ah, damn it, not
Nope, we are
colon
recording
W.
a macro. Hit escape.
Control X, Y,
Maybe-
enter.
He's recording a macro right now. There we go. yes, enter.
Okay, fucking nano.
There you go. We're done.
All right.
There you go.
Now we can do.
Alright, so now exit.
Okay, so now we need our
SUT.
window managers.
Right. So we
Or
can,
whatever you want to use.
I'm gonna do i3 and XFCE, so I might as well do them both at the same time here.
Yeah, okay, so emerge,
And then
then whatever i3 stuff you want.
it can be gaps here.
Yeah, I think it actually is there.
Yeah, i3 gap.
Okay, and I can do multiple things at one time, right?
With
Yes.
an S. With an S.
Right. Yeah. Thank you for that notice on that. I would have gotten an error there. So I'm gonna need Rofi,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to need let's
Terminal.
yep, Alacrity, and then I'm going to need. Let me think here.
i3 blocks.
Polybar.
i3 status. Oh, polybar. Yeah, that'll work.
And then I'm going to need I will do nerd fonts later. I'll just do the shell script. Well, let me see what else do I need. Oh, SXHKD. ED. I'll need Firefox. Now, for Firefox,
Firefox bin.
is it bin? Yeah. Okay.
There's a binary available, but honestly, at some point you should just compile it yourself.
It takes a bit, though, right?
It does take a while.
All right. Let's see what else. I can do XFC right here too, right?
Yeah, you can do XFCE. I think the meta package itself is called like XFCE4.
4, right?
I think so. Let me look it up.
Dash meta. XFC4 hyphen meta.
Like that?
Yes.
Okay.
There are other packages that you can get for that, but we can worry about that later.
The meta comes with everything XFC will need, like Thunar and shit like that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but you also should get the whisker menu too, but we can worry about that later.
Okay. I'm trying to make sure I have everything I need for my i3 config. So SXH, fuck off. SXHKD, Polybar, Alacrity, Rofi, i3 gaps.
I mean, you have enough to at least get started, so this is fine right here.
Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and hit enter.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Okay.
And here we go. Sec.
Okay, so it's telling you that it
snap.
does need to make a couple changes, so hit yes and then dispatch conf.
Dispatch
Yeah.
conf. Like this?
Yep.
Okay, and then U for use. And then
And
again.
just rerun or merge again. And I think it's going to give us another error, which is actually pretty fixable too.
It might.
Yeah.
Might.
Okay, so what it's telling you here is that there's going to be some circular dependencies. It says that about the middle of the screen, and then it's going to list out what's going on, and then it's going to give you solutions on how to fix it. Where you'll see where it says media-sound/mpg123. It's saying that you might want to try changing the use to -pulse audio. So what we're going to do is in capital letters, you're just going to put in use equals. And then in quotes, you're going to call -pulse audio. Or you know what? Actually, let's do a libsnd file first. So rather than that, just do a minimal rather than pulse audio.
All right.
Without the minus.
So just do the same thing, but with minus.
Yeah. Just remove pulse audio and just type in minimal.
Minimal. Like it has in the red.
Yeah.
I probably spelled that wrong. Minimal.
Yep.
Why does that look so weird?
Because it's spelled wrong. M I
I had it right
N
the first
I
time.
M A L.
It's midnight, fuckers. Leave
Yeah.
me alone. I don't know how to spell my own name.
Now, what this is doing is this is calling an environment variable. We can add this variable specifically to this to an emerge command. So at this point, now we can call emerge.
So it doesn't need to be an or just
Nope.
emerge. Okay.
Nope.
And then you want to do emerge-a, and then you want to emerge that package that you got listed there, media libsnd file.
This thing here.
Yep.
The whole thing or just the...
You don't need the version number.
Like this?
Yep.
Oops, damn it, Matt. Learn how to fucking copy and paste shit.
Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V.
I know. I do know that.
Just wanted to check.
I just, didn't do it. Okay. And then hit enter.
Yep.
Hit yes.
Yep. And then once this completes, then we can try the first emerge command, and then it should work successfully.
Yep.
So that environment variable just lasts for this shell session, right?
Yeah, this one command.
It's one command. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. That's something that I never encountered the last time I used Gentoo was the circular dependency. Now, the unmasking thing, I had to do that several times.
Yeah, and that's why I always put in like that -a flag. That way I can just let dispatch conf handle that. Light it every now and then. You might want to go into like the Etsy Portage directory and make sure that's doing everything cleanly. But for the most part, it should just work fine.
So I can go back up to this one here.
Yep, and it should work.
Okay.
Yeah, now it should go.
Yep.
All right.
Says that'll work.
That's more packages than
There you
Xorg.
go, Matt.
It is more packages than Xorg.
All right, cool.
Yeah, so you might want to leave this running overnight, too.
Well, it did the 90 packages for Xorg in about 10 minutes. So
Yeah,
this is 99, so we'll see how it goes.
we'll find out.
Mm.
If all else fails, we just Control C out of it, and then we just don't install XFCE right now.
It's up to you guys, whatever you want to do.
JR, you're blaming me
yeah,
for using your i3.
Yeah, boost is going to take a while. I know that for sure.
Mm.
If it keeps going fairly fast, I'll stay here. If not, we'll just let it go overnight.
Yeah.
What part are you on right now? I had to get up. My wife got home.
We're installing the desktop.
Yeah, XFC and i3 and all the stuff.
Oh,
Crazy
doing it.
stuff.
Yep, and use everything else. If this is done, the next thing we'll have to do is, Xnet or
Reboot.
RC and stuff. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you want to set up like the XNet RC, or like I said, you can even just install LightDM.
Might do lie this time. I was too much of a pansy to do it on my main system. I was worried about it. But now that I was looking to wipe it away anyways.
There is no official documentation for Lie, but if you read the LightDM instructions, they tell you how to set up the display manager service. So you just modify that for LY.
Oh, I forgot that this isn't System D. Yeah, it'd be different.
Yeah.
I'll probably not do lie then. It just always gonna take the easiest way out. I'll probably just StartX is probably where I should just do it. StartX would be fine.
It's just up to personal preference. If I'm installing and running multiple window managers, I'm gonna use a display manager rather than StartX.
Yeah, if I end up using good. Sexbot is back.
I personally use LightDM because I know that it works.
I just look up. Oh my god, that's funny. It's sad, but it's funny.
Okay, so there's a there's a stereotype of Linux user not getting any sex. So the irony of a sexbot coming into a Linux stream is just
horrible targeting on that one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or it's just
Why is it?
Or it's feeding off the
Okay,
nerd's
so
previous website.
I have a question. Why is that YouTube does not let us ban anybody from the live chat? Just straight up ban.
Because it's not Twitch.
I guess.
Yeah, they're late to the game on a lot of that stuff and just kind of shoestringing it together as they go.
I know. I don't even think they're late. It's like I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but YouTube hasn't done anything lately.
All the features you guys want are over on Twitch.
Yeah.
That's why I say they're late to the game.
Yeah. It's just YouTube is completely stagnated in terms of the development.
And that's kind of misleading because Twitch has the same issue with bots too. But yeah, at least there's there is something you can do about it. But I had one hit my stream one time, and so I swapped it over to follow only. So guess what it did? Followed me. I was like, oh Jesus, man! 180 bot followers. Thanks. Sitting next to a early high game stream now for no reason.
Well, I don't. It just feels like YouTube isn't even trying. Honestly, there have been no new moderation features in YouTube probably for 5 years.
Not since they came out with the idea of streaming on YouTube.
Well, More like it feels like the last new thing that they came up with for moderation features is the Google Plus integration. I mean, I know there's probably been stuff since then, but that feels like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that shit. I mean, that has been many moons ago, and it's such a problem. And don't even it's like they're not even trying.
I kind of hate that they've turned their mobile app into almost an Instagram at this point. I'm so sick
Oh
of
my
seeing
God.
friggin' polls and posts and stuff. It's like, look,
Like-
I'm on here to watch videos, okay?
Yeah.
I removed, or like, I disabled the YouTube app on my phone just so I can install a new pipe because I got tired of looking at that fucking shit.
Oh my God, yeah.
Like, I'm not using it because, like, I want to dodge ads and download videos. Like, if I wanted to do that, I just pay for YouTube Premium. But
I'm
it's just
actually
like, I
YouTube
don't want
Premium.
fucking Instagram in my video playing app.
I don't
I'm
mind the
actually-
community the community post stuff. I don't care for the way they do, like,
Shorts.
the shorts and stuff. Like the shorts just make no sense to me on YouTube. Like it makes sense. It works really well. The reason why they did it was because TikTok is a big thing, right?
Yeah.
The thing is like that's all TikTok does. Like there's no videos there over a minute long. That's all they do. You know what I mean? If TikTok took like 30-minute videos and started putting them, I mean, I know they're talking about doing this, so they're going to try, but it's going to fail because that's not what you go to TikTok. You don't go to TikTok to watch a 30-minute how-to tutorial. You go to YouTube for that stuff. They're trying to do too. Facebook did the exact same thing where they tried to implement literally everything that like Snapchat or not Snapchat Snapchat, that's it. All the filters and stuff that they had to have, and now nobody uses Facebook. It got way too complicated and cringe, if that's the word.
I'm in a group messenger with a bunch of my friends. That's the only thing about Facebook I use. I haven't actually posted on my Facebook wall in like 2 or 3 years.
The only thing I post on my Facebook page probably 3 times a week, and they're all TikTok videos. As I'm trolling Facebook with my TikTok videos. And no,
So-
not my Facebook, other people's.
Okay. Bu Tufo or Tifo in chat says that he's watching Gentoo install in Gentoo. He has not had Gentooception like I have had, where one time I was outside of my house, so I had to use my Gentoo running laptop to connect to my Gentoo VPN in Linode, and then use that to trace back to the Gentoo home lab that I was running, which then connects to the Gentoo jump host that I run here on my local network to install Gentoo onto the IPMI interface on my new server. Which, by the way,
Oh gosh.
Dell's IPMI service actually runs Gentoo.
Oh, that's funny.
Josh is a sadist.
Gentooception to the nth degree.
See, when he started that, because he was talking about watching the Gentoo install on Gentoo. I thought you were going to say you did all that stuff to watch another person install Gentoo. I was like, man, the latency on that must have been fantastic. like I could just imagine you trying to ping something on that the bottom level of that, and it just takes 10 minutes for a ping to come back.
with hot.
Like, hold on, man, you're going to be waiting here for a second. I'll get back here eventually.
All right, guys, I'm gonna call it a night. Good luck, Matt.
All right, Ben.
Bye.
Thanks for your help, dude.
Oh my
I'm going to go refresh my drinks.
All right, man. We're 30 out of, or close to 30 out of 99. We're not doing too bad. Oh man. Honestly, I can't believe I stuck with it this far. Honestly. Nice. So, well, those CPU temperatures went way down. That's good. That's good. Okay, we can quit out of that.
What do you have, a 3800 on that?
3800X, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yep. 3800X. I have no plans of upgrading this CPU until it literally dies.
I feel that.
Everything is like, and I have an RX 580 in here. Like, I know that eventually I'm gonna need a new graphics card. I know the prices have come down recently, but
I was do you have the 8 gig?
yeah.
Yeah, see, I was looking for one. Man, they still want like $300, $400, $500 for those on my local area, like OfferUp and Facebook Market. I'm like, you guys are
Yeah.
you on crack?
I think the eBay ones have finally started to come down in price, but they're still really overpriced.
Yeah, they're still.
When I bought mine was before the whole world went crazy.
Yeah.
It was just COVID had just started.
Yeah.
When I built this computer, and it was, I think I paid $200 for this 580.
Ow.
And even that felt,
Not bad, I mean,
it was a little bit, expensive.
yeah, that's not bad.
But
I mean,
compared to now,
yeah, even the 4 gigs are still $200 and $300 from people.
yeah. And then AMD just came out with a brand new one, like the 6600 or whatever it's called, the 60. I don't know what the numbers are, but it's still a 4 gig card. It's like in this day and age, 4
gigs, and it's got a crippled memory bus.
Yeah.
And what else? I mean, and PCIe 4 only.
Yeah,
So
Craft.
if you have it on 3, it actually loses speed. So
Craft Computing just did a build with it, and he was like, "Well, the whole system is really good except for the graphics card, and it's really expensive for."
and
I mean,
it's a $250 graphics card.
yeah, like,
Crazy.
like he said, it was benchmarking the same as the card that came out in 2017. Like that's criminal.
Oh, they were marketing against those cards.
Yeah.
They were saying this is faster than this particular card, and that card was like 5 years old. I'm like, really? Great ad.
Yeah, that's the
great
kind.
tagline there.
That's the kind of stuff that Nvidia's been doing for years. I thought better of AMD, but I really shouldn't have.
I've been saying for the longest time that AMD is not our friend.
Well, I mean, are
I mean,
there any of them?
I mean, if you want friends, you don't go to a multinational corporation.
Yeah. Honestly, like, there's only a few hardware companies like I am actually like rooting for. The first one is Framework, because those guys are doing an amazing job. The second one is probably like System 76, and then after that it's Pine 64.
I definitely like
I got no
definitely
faith
agree
in
with
really nobody else.
I like System 76. I really do. I think they're pretty solid.
The fact that they still support me in like all my endeavors with this laptop that I've now owned for 4 years past its warranty date says something.
Yeah.
I want a System 76 thing, but it's just they're just so pricey. And I'm so cheap.
Well, you see, with System 76 machines, you're paying for the engineering efforts because they're
I'm not saying it's not worth it. I'm just saying I'm a cheap bastard and don't want to pay for it.
But hey, I'm over here looking on OfferUp for a ThinkPad. That's at least an i7 to throw some Linux.
That's exactly what I do. Is if I need a new computer, I'll go to eBay, find the one that will run what I want it to run, and pay $200 for it. That's
that's how I buy my servers. So
and I will bitch every step of the way for paying that $200. Like, this is way too expensive. Because you're going to get that ThinkPad, and the enter or the shift button's not going to work, so you're going to have to buy a new keyboard. And then all of a sudden, your $200 keyboard is a $350 keyboard or laptop,
Or heaven forbid something happened to the monitor on it,
Oh yeah, and you got to replace the LCD. Damn. I mean, those ThinkPads are great because you can do that. Man, you don't want to.
They are tanky. They are tanky.
Oh yeah, you can run those things into the ground. The great thing about them being so popular is that there's parts everywhere.
Yep.
Ruse 79. I think System 76 doesn't sell to Australia, but I think Tuxedo Computers does.
Yeah. If you were a true Linux Chad, you would move to Europe where they have all of the Linux vendors.
Yes, where you can get like that Entroware laptop. Those things look fucking sick.
Entroware, Slimbook, all the seriously, they have all the good ones.
Yeah.
Here in the States, all we have is System 76. Well, and Dell.
System 76, I think Zarizen closed down, and Tuxedo does sell in the U.S. as well.
I think you can import from one of the European ones, but I can't remember which one. But
you can import Star Labs.
I was looking at one of them, and their shipping was like $300.
Yeah,
I was like, that's more than the computer cost.
Yeah. Shipping's kind of crazy too right now for me too.
Oh,
I was-
Tuxedo doesn't. Okay.
I was actually surprised these key switches that I got came from China, and they only took a week to get here.
I like your keyboard. That's a really cool keyboard.
I was like, really surprised because when I built the keyboard 6 months ago or something like that, it took a month and a half to get here. But granted, that was right in the middle of COVID, but I know Shanghai and stuff, they're still locked down there, so I was very confused as why this got here so fast.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Maybe existing stock.
It could be, but it was, granted, this one here was shipped by FedEx, the other one was DHL, and DHL is notoriously slow.
Yeah. I pass them all the time. But yet I get run over by UPS trucks. Just so they can, Ace Ventura my package into my yard.
Yeah, the UPS.
Alrighty then.
The UPS driver that delivers around here, that guy can't drive with a damn. Like we have 10-mile-an-hour signs throughout the entire place where I live, because small kids are always out here playing like crazy, and he flies through here 55 miles an hour. And the thing is, they put in speed bumps like every 15 feet. He doesn't care, man. Yeah. He's like, I have shocks for a reason.
So I ordered a HOTAS set with pedals, right? The Thrustmaster ones.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't notice that Amazon said, comes in original packaging, right? My asshole UPS driver, instead of going through my big open gate, just drops it right outside my gate, right along the road. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm looking at it on the camera. I have a camera facing us from work, and I'm like, you've got to be kidding me, right? Oh my God. So I'm calling friends. I'm like, look, I know I live 30 minutes away from you, but I will PayPal you money if you just go there and get my stuff. They do that to me all the time. And then one of them, I ordered a mouse, a gaming mouse, and they sent me a empty envelope. Like it was literally torn open, no box, no nothing, just empty envelope. I'm like, wow. Like as a UPS driver, how do you not notice you're about to deliver to me
an empty envelope?
A gutted envelope.
It's worse here in the winter because they don't do a very good job of clearing the road here. So if they deliver something here and the road hasn't been like 100% thoroughly down to the pavement dry, they'll deliver it to the dry, where the dry pavement ends. And
I've got it the worst. They don't even deliver to my house. I have to go to the UPS store to pick up.
Oh, that would suck.
Yeah, that's like an hour plus drive away from where I work.
You're in Utah, right? You said?
I'm in Ohio.
Basically the same state. I mean, just
same
without,
state,
just without
except
the
that we actually.
without the Mormons. I was just.
Yeah, without the Mormons. Instead, we traded the Mormons for Amish.
All right.
Hey, man, good furniture.
It is good furniture.
You pass an Amish with his arm up a horse's ass. That's a mechanic.
Yes.
Jebediah, don't look. Ezekiel, do not look at those cars.
The worst thing about making jokes about the Amish online is that they can't be here to enjoy the fun. That's so bad.
They're building their barn. Hey, I'm not making fun of them. I actually kind of admire them.
Oh, I do too. Those guys work very hard.
Whew, man. Fully self-sufficient, still driving horse and buggies into town and stuff.
I mean, I suppose if I was born that way, I'd be, fine. But I couldn't imagine being someone and then, converting. Like what it is to have a cell phone, to have the internet, to, have a car.
Mormons. Mormons are so sheltered that a lot of times when they get out of the house to go to, like, if they go to a school away from their parents or whatever, they get lost in drugs and alcohol and all kinds of real just nefarious activities. And
all right, analytic minded, thanks for doing all the moderated stuff. I really do appreciate it. Sorry about the sex
shit,
box.
I actually have to do something.
Yeah, you have to do something, huh, Josh?
I know, right?
Oh, well, we're almost done here. I think not too far away. 69 and 99. 70. It really didn't take all that long. It's streaming for 321.
Yeah, we're just going through like XFCE bloat right now.
Yep. Probably should have just left the XFC off because everything else was pretty small.
Yeah, probably because technically we don't even know if the system boots yet.
Yeah. That would be funny.
Just gotta put the scary thought there.
Well, I mean, the good news is because I messed up that live environment earlier, I still have my Arco installed. So if it doesn't boot, I can at least do work tomorrow.
Oh, if all else fails, you also have that Kubuntu live image that you can flash onto something real quick.
Never again. I hate Kubuntu now. I think that one of the reasons why that might have done that is because that wasn't updated. That was an old version of Kubuntu, so it could have had something to do with that. I don't know. Anything to not blame me for doing it.
Oh no! I was reading this random post on Hacker News, and this guy's just like, I just lost all my Bitcoin because he lost the encryption key for his GPG encryption on his wallet.
Well, there's an easy solution to that. Never get into Bitcoin in the first place. I mean, it's too late now. I mean, I feel bad for that guy, but I'm not gonna have that problem. I have other problems. You lose your bank password, you don't lose your money. You just have to call the hotline and be on hold for the next 12 hours. And then speak to somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about.
Exactly.
I went to a local drive-through here, and the young lady in the drive-through who I handed my debit card to took a picture of it. And I'm like, "Oh, you're not very bright, are you?" So I saw her do it. And it was right around the holidays. I had a new card sitting at the house. I just hadn't activated it yet. So
like she was taking a picture of it because she wanted to steal it?
Yeah. She took a picture of it and sent it to somebody. And she saw me, like, she knew I saw her, and she was like acting real sketch. But I didn't sweat it or anything because I had a brand new one at the house. So I literally just I pulled around, called the number on the back of my card and said, "Hey," I said, "I need this card canceled right now." And so they canceled it right then and there. Then I went home and just activated the new card. But had that not happened, had I not noticed, so I just now, whenever I go through drive-thrus or something like that, I always make sure I have cash on me.
My favorite thing with cash is that, like, a lot of these people that work at McDonald's and all that, they apparently have never carried cash before. Because I can't tell you how many times I've gotten the incorrect amount of change back, and then I always feel like being a bastard because they gave me too much change back. So then it's just like, do I do the responsible thing and take this back and go like, "Hey, you paid me too much," or do I do like the bastard thing and just take like the 50 cents and just go home?
Well, a lot of the McDonald's now don't let their minimum wage employees count money at all. It's all automated. Like they feed it's like you go to the self-checkout, you feed in the money, it spits out the change, but they do it for you.
Well, where I live, we're so far out that it's just like it's kind of impractical to use the debit card. I mean, I can still like swipe the card at the pumps and all that, but the grocery store doesn't have the card reader in it yet.
The only place I can say that's like that is the place I get my hair cut. That's the only one that, excuse me, I have to bring cash.
Makes me feel like I'm living in the most modern place because all the places around here have I live in a small town, like a very small town, but my grocery store has Apple Pay. Like I don't know anybody who uses it, but they have Apple Pay.
Yeah.
I actually did use, when I was using the iPhone, I used Apple Pay at McDonald's a couple times, and that's not a great experience when you're going through a place where most people don't use that kind of stuff because you hand the person at the drive-through your phone, and they're supposed to, do the swipe thing. But I've handed the person my phone. So like, why are you handing me your phone for?
So you can put your phone number in there. That's why.
Yeah. If I remember right, I don't think I'd want her phone number. But I mean, she's a very nice lady, I'm sure. Yeah. So it was very confusing. I don't think I ever did that again.
Yeah, I still have no idea how that Apple Pay thing like works. Like do you have to just like open up an app and then go like, yeah, this is how much I'm paying, or what?
No, it's just if you have your card connected to their application, you double click the home button, and then you can just swipe it over whatever thing you're doing. It goes through NFC and it just pays it, just like a credit card would do.
Oh, okay.
It works basically exactly like in fact, some of the credit cards you see now have like the RFID swipe thing. I mean, it's horribly insecure. That's the reason why you have to have a wallet nowadays that's basically a Faraday cage around all of your cards, because if you walk by somebody who's got a scanner or something, they can actually steal all of your cards, numbers and stuff like that. So
that's just stupid.
Modern day technology, man.
Yeah.
We make an advancement, the criminals find new ways of, stealing money and shit. Oh, almost there.
Honestly, here before too long, we're all going to be paying with cryptocurrencies. Just you watch.
I will believe that when I see it.
There's enough crypto bros in Congress right now. It's going to happen.
There's also, you want to see the funniest thing ever? One of those hearings in the senator house. I don't remember which, but one of the old guys there had to have one of their witnesses or whatever explain the blockchain to them. It was literally the funniest thing you'll ever see, because it was like explaining how nuclear physics works to a 5-year-old. Like it was just. Even by the end of it, the guy was like, I understood you were talking English, but I knew none of the words in the order and the context you were saying them. It was utter entertainment. Like, the thing is, like, I'm not the most technological person in the world. I'm not a developer or anything, but I consider myself fairly technological, whatever. I couldn't explain how blockchain works. I have no clue.
I mean, I know exactly how the blockchain works.
I mean, I'm happy for you, but I don't want you to explain it to me because I don't really care.
I mean, do you want me to explain it to you anyway?
No, please don't.
Okay.
Everybody's like, well, Matt, you're missing out on all this money from Bitcoin and stuff like.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe I am, but I will just take the regular American dollar for a while, thanks, until cryptocurrency has a better reputation, I guess.
Well, until like I can pay for like my bills with cryptocurrency, I'm probably not going to invest into it.
And I think we're especially with the instability with it nowadays. Like, if it's just kept going up, but now that it's crashing again, most companies aren't going to put their efforts into supporting it until it's actually stable. Like, even those stable coins or whatever, they were supposed to be stable forever and based on the US dollar and stuff like that. Half of those things have crashed now.
Well, what I instead err to do, instead of like buying the coins, I just mine them.
Seems like a waste of electricity even for that.
Well, I'm not paying for a power bill, so it's just like I can do it.
I do pay.
It's not a very good return because I'm mining this with Raspberry Pis, so don't recommend it. But they're at least they're trying to be productive.
I mean, that's one reason to use them, I suppose. Someday I'm gonna create a Raspberry Pi NAS. I think that's what I'm gonna do next. I desperately need a NAS.
You need something to like store all your shit.
Yeah. I mean, right now I have the external hard drive, but it makes these horrendous noises. It just scares it scares me the crap. It scares the crap out of me because like everything I have, like all my pictures, all of my videos, all my music, movies, all that stuff, it's all on there, and it makes horrendous noises.
Do I need to give you access to like my Nextcloud account that way you can have like a backup storage or something?
Well, I have a what is that called? Glacier, Amazon Glacier thing that I pay for stuff.
Oh, that's just so slow.
But yeah, it's really slow. So half the stuff, like maybe even more than half the stuff, is not up there because I'm done with the stuff. Like when I was on Mac, when I was a Mac user, I used Backblaze, and that was also just horrendously slow. Like their service is so slow. They offer you the ability to buy a hard drive from them, they'll ship it to you like in the mail, and then you put all your stuff on there and you ship it back. That's literally faster than uploading it.
They literally did that.
That's a service that they offer. Yeah.
If you want like a backup that's like fast, honestly, I have to highly recommend Borg Base. You have to use the Borg backup utility for it. But their rates are very reasonable. You just pay for like a whole year at a time. And
what's it called again? Tell me this. Spell this.
Borg Base.
BORG.
Yeah. And these guys directly sponsor the Borg backup project too. So that's actually what I'm transitioning to from Google Drive.
I wonder if they pay royalties to Paramount for that.
I don't know.
IBM used to have to for their OS2 licensing, and they used the word warp.
So it'd still be pretty pricey for if I was going to upload everything.
Yeah, but that's per year.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll save this and give it a try maybe.
Yeah, that, and it's guaranteed encrypted backup because you have to use Borg backup to do it anyway. So that defaults to encryption, so you don't have to worry about like any privacy concerns or anything like that. And like they give like 80% of all their income to the Borg backup project, so you're helping an open source project at the same time.
Yeah. Roo79X, I don't know what that is. Odroid HC4, what is that? What is that?
Those are like little ARM boards.
You're talking still about Raspberry Pi. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But that's what I use, and like the rate to push and upload to them is actually pretty reasonable. Like they don't bill you for like uploads or downloads. They just bill you for the actual storage that you have up there.
100 gigs for a year, $24.
Yeah,
that's not bad.
I mean, that's like good enough for like your documents folder in your home directory.
That's really pretty good, actually.
$150 a year for the big one.
$150 for 2 terabytes.
I wouldn't need anywhere near that.
I would need 2 of those. Do they not have a bigger one?
You have to like send them an email to like work out a plan.
Mm.
But like
just upload the important stuff, I suppose.
Yeah, you can just do that.
Because I don't really need my movies up there, and that's like half.
100 gigs would be more than enough for me.
Like the entirety of my backup archive on Google Drive is 18 terabytes, and a lot of that is just like I can just risk losing all that because it's just a whole bunch of movies and stuff.
I hate Google Drive. I have to pay them money for apps. Also, my Android phone is like, oh hey, you said Google. Why aren't you? Obviously, you're talking to me. Fuck off, Google.
But
I gotta say,
okay, so
guilty pleasure. I like my Google Drive.
The big reason why I have so much in Google Drive is because I'm grandfathered upon grandfathered into Google Drive, because back then you could actually give them like $10 a month and you had literal unlimited upload. So I abused the fuck out of it as a result.
Yeah, see, I'm not grandfathered in, and I don't put anything, like, I have hardly anything up there, like, in the actual drive. The reason why I have to pay them $30 a year is because I have so much email.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need all the stuff that Google, like, the professional Google services need, so I just use commercial grade, or not commercial, but the consumer grade Gmail. And you only get 15 gigabytes, and I have like 19 gigabytes worth of email.
Just use pop and not IMAP.
Well, I'm using whatever, they have set up default, and it's fine. It works great. I've been thinking about moving to Proton, but I don't know. It doesn't matter. All right, so Josh, is there anything else that I need to do other than reboot and see if the damn thing works?
Set up the Xnet RC.
All right, so if I CD into home, right?
Honestly, just switch user to the basic user,
So
and then just CD into home.
So if I just exit out of this?
SU.
SU.
Just SU and then your user account.
SU Dr. M.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And then CD the home, and then just like they would for well, you actually need to be in the user's home directory. You can't just create it right there. Yeah.
See Dr. M. There we go. That's the reason why I was doing it. All right. Now
just like in Arch Linux, there's a sample file in the etc x11 xnet rc, so you can copy that down, or you can just create your own.
Well, really, all I'm gonna need is so if I vim into .xinit rc, and then like this, and then just exec i3 works, right? I think that works.
I think it should work. Give me just a second to double check for you. Let's see, starting i3.
Well, gentlemen.
Yeah, that should work.
Sorry, I got some friends who want to play some Star Citizen. So,
all right, man.
Head out.
Have fun. I'm almost done anyway, so thanks for joining.
Hey, man, my pleasure. My pleasure. Have a good night, man.
See ya.
Good night, everybody.
Then there are a couple services that you probably do want to enable to start. Now that I think about it, because it's probably going to give you like permission errors when you try to launch Xorg with the Xnet.
Okay.
You'll need to set the elognd service to start, as well as dbus.
Wait, so do I do that from the Xnet RC, or do I need to do the RC update thing?
That'd be RC update.
Okay, so I can get out of this, right?
Yep.
Okay, and then so do RC dash update.
Yeah, it's RC dash update add.
Add. And then
elognd. And then you want this to start at boot, not default.
So
boot.
BOOT, right? Okay.
Yep.
And does this need to be sudo?
It does need to be sudo.
Okay. Okay, and then there was another one. You said dbus?
Yeah, dbus. We're going to add that to the default service.
So dbus, it's just dbus, right?
Yeah, dbus default.
And then default, like that?
Yep.
All right. Okay.
And then Xorg should work.
All right. Well, all right. What I'm going to do, then I'm going to end the stream. So everybody who watched this horrendously long stream, and you watched it from beginning to end or wherever you started, bless your souls. And thank you for watching so much. I do appreciate it. If you are interested in installing Gentoo, you should rewatch this and know what not to do, at least at the beginning. I highly recommend finding somebody else to teach you how to use.
Just watch my distro hacking streams.
Find a friend named Josh, and get help from him. That's or Ben. All these guys very helpful. Anyways, before I go, I should take a moment to thank my current patrons. You can support me on Patreon at patreon.com/linuxcast. I'd like to thank Robert, Syd, Devon, Patrick, Fred, Kramer, Tridevil, Antoine, Unkle, Bonehead, KB, Griff's Lounge, Maeglin, Jackson, Knife Tool, Steve, CyberGuyLinux, Garrick, Samuel, TGB, Keith, Andy, Gary, Ross, Mitchel, JDawg, carbondated, Jeremy, Shaun, Odin, Marnie, Eduardo, archsinner, Elliott, Mislav, Marek, Camp, Joshua Lee, Peter A, Crucible, Dark Bandit 6, Primus, PM, rlocone, and Phillip. Thanks everybody for watching. I will see you all on the next one. Whatever. Yeah, all that stuff. Adios.